All right, we can go ahead and get started. Ladies and gentlemen, we got some stuff to watch today. And this idea was brought up by one of my own members, one of my own moderators. And I figured, since we don't have any the beginning after the end chapters today, we can look at some videos. And let me just adjust the volume so everything can be good. But it's good to see you. Kitty and Hybrid, we got some things to watch. So let's begin. Yo, peoples! Qshu92 here. We are checking out disaster videos. Ooh, natural disasters, forces of nature. We're checking that out today. Hold on, let me just turn that down. I was messing with Borderlands. Crazy busy. Both kittens came down with some kind of nasty cold. Today's the first day they're back in school since Tuesday. How you guys been? Oh, I've been great. I woke up feeling, full and refreshed and full of energy, looking forward to doing this, thinking about all the stuff that I want to do for you guys going through this year. Me and Gajil, we had like a wonderful talk yesterday, and I was just thinking to myself, hold on, let me make sure. Yeah, my audio's fine. I was just thinking to myself, wow, there's just so much that I want to do for this channel that I can't wait to do. But I'm patient all the same, and I'm just grateful that I've been gifted this opportunity where I get to entertain people like you on a regular basis and made it into a living as well. So I just wanted to say thank you for all the support you guys have shown me the entire time you've been here, whether you've been here during my early days as a YouTuber or you've been here recently. I just want to say thank you for the support. But today we are going to be checking out 10 shocking natural disasters caught on camera from the YouTube channel Underworld. Now, the link to this video is in the description down below. You know how we do. And let's go ahead and see just how much power nature can have. I gotta refresh this again. Hold on, here we go. Because when you have a video up for a while but you don't actually refresh it, it kind of just freezes up, so you got to refresh it for the next day. It does that from time to time. Let me make sure the audio is good. I should have refreshed this page before I started, but it's all good. See, that's what I'm saying, Kitty. Why would you hold on to the tent? If it starts lifting off the ground and it's taking you with it, let go. Why are you still holding on? If it's taking you higher than the building, why are you still holding on to it? Because as soon as you let go, it's gonna hurt. Especially if people are not accounting for you falling. You either gonna fall on a table or you gonna fall someplace else, and it's not gonna be a soft landing. Why would you hold on? For what purpose? Do I need my glasses so I can... Do I need my glasses? What's going on? Why are you still holding on to a tent? If tents are not meant to be held down by people, they're meant to be held down by supports, or they're heavy enough where they don't need it. If you need to physically hold on to the tent, you need to let the tent go. Just let it go. You don't need it. The tent's not important anymore if your body weight can't keep it down. See, first sign is, one, if there's a storm happening, I am not going to the location. I am not going to remain at that location. If it's strong enough to lift the tent, I'm leaving the area where it's strong enough to lift the tent. And multiple people were holding on. Hold on, we need to go back. I know we got... Like, look at this guy. Hold on. I can see past the building. And he's above it. And there's another. And here's the thing. This is the guy we see. There's another guy still holding on. And he's much higher than him. Y'all crazy. Why? You think your body weight is going to be more than enough to hold it down? You can see his legs. You can see his legs. Yeah, that dude right there, still holding on. Still holding on. Still holding on. The other guy is falling. The other guy is already in the process of falling. And mind you, there was one dude that was, I want to say, maybe 7 feet up, and he fell on himself. He fell on his legs and he fell on his side. That was him just a couple feet, just 1 foot higher than my dad. And he just kind of fell off and lost his balance. That dude was way higher up. He's going to hurt as soon as he hits the ground. And there's a dude higher than him still hanging on to the tent. We're not even a full minute into this video and I'm already going off. Why? See, this is the reason why I have no problem roasting people who will stick around and watch disasters happen. Thing like, oh, that's a tornado. It doesn't look like it's moving to the side, but it looks like it's getting bigger. I think we're gonna miss it though. The same ideals of, hey, if you see a mushroom cloud from a nuclear explosion and you hold your thumb out to it and it's smaller than your thumb, hey, you're fine. But if you hold your thumb out to it and the cloud is bigger than your thumb, I think it's already too late. The same applies to tornadoes. If you see a tornado and it's not moving to the side, left or right, you need to go. And all these boats are basically nothing to the water. What was that just shot off of the building? Was that a bench? Was that a chair? It blew out. It blew part of the opening straight off just from the building falling over. That's an entire building falling off into a river. I hope y'all valuables weren't inside. I hope y'all took the safe out. Cause y'all ain't getting them. Y'all are not getting those what is it called? What is it called when you have to safety deposits? Y'all not getting them back. Yeah, all the lights are out. All the lights are out. Oh, a whole tree fell on a power line. Oh, here we go. Look at how big this is. Look at how big this roof is. Did he go through the roof? Where did he come from? Did he go through the roof? He went through the roof! He fell through the roof! He fell through the roof. He tried to hold on to the little awning, and then he fell through the roof. He survived, though. Okay, not only are they trying to hold the tent down, they are holding it down, holding metal while in a lightning storm. And the higher the piece of metal is, the more likely it is to be struck by lightning. You're trying to hold on to a metal roof during a lightning storm. And you don't have rubber gloves on or rubber shoes.
But we gotta keep the roof, though. Hold on, everyone, including people who are eating. We need to save our roof in this lightning storm. And it's a metal roof, but we'll be fine because we're touching the ground.
Wind says, "No, you not," and proceeds to lift people. So being grounded will not help. This is about as bad as people who try to hide under trees during a lightning storm. No, that is way more dangerous. That's way more dangerous than being out in the open. Think about this for a second. When it comes to places that have severe flooding, metal bridges mean absolutely nothing. Concrete bridges means nothing against the pressure and power of water. Ain't that something? You could reinforce a bridge all you want, but if it's face to face against the power and pressure of rushing water, it's only a matter of time before it gives way. Because how many times have you seen videos or clips or whatever of bridges just giving way to a rushing river? And these bridges are reinforced. They're either solid concrete or they're made out of pure metal, and they're made to be doubly reinforced, and yet they still give way to it. Nah. Now, is that a houseboat? Or is that a whole house? Pieces. They're in pieces. See, I got nothing against water in general. I love water. I love to drink water. I like water when I use it to make sure that a brother's body is clean. I love the many uses of water, but I will not press myself to go into an environment where it's nothing but water. 1, I can't swim. 2, water pressure. 3, things that live in water that I can't see. 4, the deepness of water. That's the reason why I'm never going to go scuba diving or go spelunking in the water, just deep diving, because that ain't me, because just go back to number 1. I can't swim. So water in and of itself, when I can use it, hey, it's fine. But when I can't, and it's its own thing, and I'm at its mercy at any given time, nah, I'm good. I'm good. Just look at this thing just tearing apart everything in its path. Ripping up more stuff, it got more and more debris. Yo, who this? Good to see you. You guys haven't been able to hear a single thing. How did I not notice that the desktop audio wasn't even on? I am so sorry. I was looking down at my button and I saw that desktop off. You guys couldn't hear a single thing. There's a dude talking. There's a dude talking this whole time. I am so sorry. Yo, Gajil, my bro, good to see you. My sincerest apologies. I am so sorry. Ooh. Oh, also, Kitty, Tides of Annihilation. Me and Gajil checked out like a full gameplay video of Tides of Annihilation. Oh, we're playing that. We are definitely playing Tides of Annihilation when it comes out next year. It looks so cool.
The boat pile included small speedboats, yachts, commercial vessels, and passenger ferries. None of them stood a chance when they fell into that powerful waterfall. Thankfully, nobody was on board when they did. Across Bajong, flash flooding left 27,000 people without power and caused roughly $27 million worth of damage across Sichuan province.
Yes,
On
please
June 25th
look
of
it up. It's
2023, several severe thunderstorms spawned over central Indiana. Intense rain, powerful winds, and hail nearly 4 inches in diameter pelted the area. The storm system also produced 4 tornadoes south of Indianapolis. One of those storms was a short-lived EF2 that touched down in Greenwood, a city of 63,000 in Johnson County. It spun up west of the Travis Road and Mullenix Road intersection, then moved east across the county. One local dad was grilling on his balcony when he spotted the storm moving through his neighborhood.
Holy.
Yo, CJ! It's good to see you. Hope life has been treating you well.
Oh my God, dude. Oh, me neither. Hello. Holy dude. Holy look! 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 Here, look! Right there, goddammit!
It's coming for us, Ian!
It's coming for you! Holy shit. Stay over that way, goddammit. Stay over that way.
Those ducks are like, what's going on?
Holy fucking shit.
According to the National Weather Service, the tornado peaked at EF2 intensity. Wind speeds reached 115 miles per hour, and it was on the ground for roughly 5.4 miles. Thankfully, nobody was seriously injured during the storm, though that's not to say it didn't cause any damage. Some people saw their doors and windows blow open, while others lost several bricks on the exterior walls. An unfinished apartment complex suffered minor damage, and one person saw their RV flip over. As for our cameraman, he was lucky the tornado missed his house. It's unclear if he continued grilling.
Close the window and get back inside? No. No. How else will I record what's happening? I'm going to stay out on my balcony because 1, I'm still grilling, and 2, I need to get this on camera. Why do I need to go inside and protect myself and clearly my children who are outside watching it with me when we can record this for all time? See, some people will give up their own safety just to say, I was there. I recorded it. They'll watch foolishness happen. They'll watch injustice happen. They'll watch disasters happen, but they won't think of self-preservation or, try to save someone who's in trouble. They'll record this sort of thing. They say like, ooh, world star, or whatever people record for, just to say like, ooh, I got this on camera, but you ain't helping. You ain't doing nothing of value. You just recording. You just on the sidelines being nosy. People would rather record than do anything that could save their life or save the life of another.
Once the storm passed.
I'm fine. I'm grilling outside with my kids.
China is no stranger to land and rock slides. Its wet climate, steep terrain, and frequent seismic activity mean one can strike anywhere at any time. Locals in the Aba prefecture know just how dangerous these disasters can be. On May 8th of 2023, some were forced to pull over when a massive landslide blocked the road. They could only watch as the mountain crumbled and added to the mess. Another angle shows the scar on the mountain where the landslide came loose. By the looks of things, it doesn't plan on stopping. That's why these disasters are extra dangerous. You can't predict when they'll happen, and when they do, it's hard to tell when they'll stop. If you were heading to work that day, chances are you never made it. Crews had to wait to move the debris until the landslide was 100% over. The road was closed indefinitely, and everyone waiting had to find an alternate route. But that's easier said than done, as these mountainous Chinese roads don't have many connecting branches.
So the mountain's gone,
A
piece by
cloudburst
piece.
occurs when a sudden, heavy downpour impacts a specific area in a short amount of time. Think of it like a massive balloon of water popping in the sky. The deluge overwhelms whatever drainage systems the region has in place, leading to freak and often devastating flash floods. On
Yeah, you're right,
August 1st of
CJ.
2024,
Some people think it's
a
more.
cloudburst
Some
in
some people do think it's more important. Some people think it's more important to like do it for TikTok or do it for Instagram or do it for Twitter or do it for YouTube just for the views, when it's like you should probably be getting yourself safe. Sometimes you do the most random videos. So here's the thing. I've been planning to do like a session either by videos or by stream of me reacting to natural disasters, because me and Kitty, we talked about it before. And I said it would be nice for us to do like a little bit of a stream or something along those lines. I mean, and I just brought it forth. I don't do random stuff unless that there's a purpose behind it. Because I don't want to have the idea of like, I couldn't think of anything to do today, so let's react to this. No, all this stuff is premeditated. It's either something I brought up to somebody or something I've thought about doing myself. Nothing I do is so random where it's all like, well, I couldn't think of anything else, so we're just going to do this and hope for the best. No, there's purpose behind it.
Himachal Pradesh, India, led to widespread damage in the Mandi and Kul districts. A few locals braved the conditions to record the raging river. Their cameras were rolling when it eroded a building's foundation, leading to this catastrophic collapse.
That building was attached to another. That building was attached to another one.
Unfortunately, the worst was yet to come. According to local weather experts, monsoon conditions would intensify over the coming weeks. bringing more rain. Monsoon conditions would intensify over the coming weeks, bringing more rain, flooding, and collapsed buildings. Now, India may be used to these events, but that doesn't make them any easier. Imagine watching your home and business collapse and float away. What do you even do from there? Picture this. You're late for a meeting, you're low on gas, and you're stuck in a line of cars, all trying to make the same tight U-turn. Then, just when your afternoon couldn't get any worse, a tsunami crashes over the road and washes your car away. These Chinese drivers came face to face with that nightmare scenario on September 20th of 2020. They were stuck at a light in Hangzhou, a prefecture-level city at the head of Hangzhou Bay. Then, without warning, a massive wave swept their cars away like toys.
就是这里呀。弄来弄来的来的来的，弄车子弄弄弄，可不出租车拿，哎，长几步，一步两步三步四步五步六步，还太多。八九。两部车子，哎，可不大车。
基本上报废的，金色的都。
嗯。然后那我引起个电瓶车给老公啥个脏啊，不能弄哎，是不是？看了。
我看到这部东西都翻起来的嘛。
According to local media, nobody was seriously injured during the freak event. They blamed it on a tidal bore moving up the Qiantang River. Qiantang River tidal bores, or tidal waves, are said to be the largest and fastest in the world. They form when ocean tides enter narrow inlets, like rivers. All that water needs somewhere to go, so it builds upon itself, creating tidal waves. Qiantang River waves can grow to 30 feet and reach 25 miles per hour. It sounds like this wasn't the first time a wave disrupted traffic, and it won't be the last either. Hail is no joke. Depending on the size, a hailstone will plummet to Earth at between 9 and 100 miles per hour. The bigger they are, the faster they fall. On April 20th of 2024, severe thunderstorms crept across the Carolinas. Hail measuring up to 4 inches in diameter fell from the sky, damaging everything in its path. These folks in Rock Hill, South Carolina could only watch as their cars were ripped to shreds.
Okay. I was just saying that all those cars, well, firstly, I was saying thank you, Ravi, for translating. And also, those cars that got swept by that little mini tsunami, yeah, those were just swept to the side. And also, on the subject of hail, I think it was back when me and my family were living in Oklahoma. We were living in Oklahoma, and we had this big, massive storm come through. And we had, I want to say, about hail about this size. Not only that, but in the section, because we lived in Lawton, Oklahoma, a big, massive tornado came through. It ripped up the paneling for our side garage for our house, because we had joined houses with other military families. It ripped up the awning for our side garage. And then in the morning, we had this big, gigantic tree. Like, it was a neighborhood tree that was off to the side. Big, huge. It towered over all of the houses. And it was completely uprooted. I said this to some of you guys before. I told you this story, just a little bit of it. It was completely uprooted, and it had fallen in the middle of the street. Now the street that we lived on, it didn't have like an intersection in the middle of it. It was just one big long pathway that led to the back of the neighborhood, and then that connected to the rest of the neighborhoods, and then that connected back to the main road. So for that, it fell over in that section. Thankfully, that side of the neighborhood, me and my family, we didn't need to go down in order to get out. But because we would just go and leave out, and we could just go to the right, facing away from the house, and then we could just go to the right. But this whole tree just came down, and it took such a long time for them to cut it, because it was literally I want to say a 8-foot wide tree. it was massive. You could climb on it if you wanted to, but since it was so big, it was considered dangerous for kids to be climbing on it. So it was just this massive, massive tree. And that also had hail that came with it. And some cars were kind of messed up, but it was I want to say the biggest storm me and my family ever, tried to sleep through or tried to, because we were kids at the time. We were kids at the time, and we all slept in our parents' room, all three of us, because we were scared because we heard all the wind was howling, the house was shaking. So we all stayed in one room as we did our best to try and get some sleep while this storm lasted for hours. And when it was over, we saw all the devastation, like streets filled with leaves and tree branches, a whole tree uprooted from the ground and fallen in the middle of the street, a roof awning fall on top of our Mitsubishi and scratched it up. It was by far the biggest storm me and my family have ever sat in the middle of. We've been through some crazy storms. Like here, there was this tornado warning and a tornado watch. And it was dark outside. The rain was heavy. I believe that storm happened when I was still playing Marvel's Avengers at the time. And the new Black Panther, I think it was the new Black Panther DLC that came out. Or it was the Future Imperfect DLC that came out. I think it was a Future Imperfect DLC that came out. Either Future Imperfect or the Black Panther one. And I had to stop in the middle of the stream because of how crazy the storm was raging outside, and my family was all downstairs because we wanted to bunker down. So storms are just crazy. So seeing this hail, I've seen so many hailstorms in my life and been through them that this just reminded me of some of those moments.
They fall. On April 20th of 2024, severe thunderstorms crept across the Carolinas. Hail measuring up to 4 inches in diameter fell from the sky, damaging everything in its path. These folks in Rock Hill, South Carolina could only watch as their cars were ripped to shreds.
You can't even see past the car anymore. Look at all that hail. That back window is completely shattered now.
According to the National Weather Service, it's possible for hailstones exceeding 4 inches in diameter to fall over 100 miles per hour. The stones in Rock Hill that day fit that description. That's why nobody could go outside to move their car. Imagine an MLB pitcher throwing a fastball, except that fastball is a 4-inch chunk of ice. It's likely the last thing you'd ever want to get hit with. Carolina weather experts said they hadn't seen stones this large in a quarter century. The hail ripped siding off houses, damaged roofs and trees, and did a number to people's cars. Hopefully, they all had decent insurance. Tung County, China is a mountainous...
Hold on. We had some snow earlier today. Our grass was full of snow. It was snowing earlier this morning. It was quite a bit of it, so it looked like it was about to, cover our entire area. And I go outside, I look outside, and I don't see any snow. There is no more snow on our lawn. No more snow on our lawn. Also, Ravi, you said Gujarat. Earthquake. Wow, there's a whole Wikipedia article on this? The 2001 Gujarat earthquake, also known as the Bhuj earthquake, occurred on 26 January. Epicenter was about 9 kilometers south-southwest of the village of Chobadi in Bachau Taluka of Kutch district in Gujarat, India. Wow. 7.6 on the magnitude scale. Occurred at a depth of 10.8 miles, 17.4 kilometers, claiming the lives of 20,000 people, injured 166,000, and destroyed about 400,000 buildings in Gujarat, India, and in Sindh, Pakistan. Wow. Wow. It's been snowing on the mid and northeast coast on and off again all month. Yeah, we got a little bit of snow. Wasn't as thick as I was hoping because now the sun is out and it's pretty much melted a great deal of it. So the pups should not have any, the dogs should not have any trouble going outside.
Ooh, my paws. Ooh, it's cold.
So they should not have any problems. Earthquake had a maximum Mercalli intensity of extreme. Now, what is the modified Mercalli intensity scale? How far does it go? Strong, severe, violent, extreme. Ooh. Of extreme 2. The maximum level? Oh, it's right here. 1960 Valdivia earthquake, the 2001 Gujarat earthquake, and the 2023 Turkey-Syria earthquakes. Damage is total. Waves are seen on ground surfaces. Lines of sight and levels are distorted. Objects are thrown upward into the air. That's how extreme that earthquake was. It was the maximum amount. How, if an earthquake can make it so that you can see the waves on the ground itself. Cause what is it, 11? This is 11, so, and I said X2, I meant to say 12. 11, few if any masonry structures remain standing, bridges are destroyed, broad fissures erupt in the ground, underground pipelines are rendered completely out of service, earth slumps and land slips in soft ground, rails are bent greatly. In 10 is when the extremeness starts. 12 is the maximum amount. That's crazy. There were 107 aftershocks, exceeding 4.0. 9 events measuring 5.0 or higher, south of the epicenter near Bachau. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. Please forgive me if I'm not. Largest aftershock occurred on the 28th of January, having a magnitude of 5.8 and was located 15 kilometers west-southwest of Rapar. It was a Republic Day. We were getting ready for celebration. Wow. Wow. Yeah, I am so glad you and your family are okay. I know it happened all the way in 2001, but here in 2025, after so much time has passed, I am so grateful that you're here. Wow.
Region in Tung County, China is a mountainous region in eastern
you
Guangxi
really were
province.
blessed.
It's home to roughly 1.1 million people who have learned to live with Mother Nature's unpredictability. On September 19th of 2023, locals in Tung County noticed small rocks and patches of soil sliding down the mountains. They were smart enough to move away as it quickly escalated into a full-fledged landslide.
Nah, you are too close. You are too close.
Nobody was hurt and no buildings were destroyed during the landslide. The only casualty was the utility pole you see and hear collapsing. This landslide was likely caused by several days of relentless rain from the remnants of Typhoon Haikui. The storm was blamed for over 100 landslides and several flash floods in southern China. If you enjoyed this video and want to see another just like it, be sure to click the link on screen now. As always, thanks for watching and be sure to tune in next time.
Ooh, here's one. Top 10 biggest man-made disasters, what went wrong. And then, of course, we have 58 minutes of unbelievable moments. 58 minutes of unbelievable moments? I remember this explosion on the highway where it was multiple canisters and they kept going off. It kept going off. And people were wary about driving close to it because one of those canisters could have easily shot forward and severely injured someone inside of a car or even blown up a car. So I remember these. I wonder what about the top biggest man-made disasters, though.
From an industrial explosion in Texas that eviscerated this port city, and an oil rig in the Gulf of Mexico that triggered the worst spill in American history, to a port in Beirut that exploded when 2,700 tons of ammonium nitrate caught fire, and a department store collapse in South Korea that trapped 1,000 people under the rubble. Here are 10 of the biggest man-made disasters of all time. Now, we've come a long way since the Stone Age. We've invented, built, and done things once thought impossible. But with these accomplishments come several disasters that could have been avoided. Things like Chernobyl and Titanic usually come to mind. But we know those stories. In this video, we'll cover 10 lesser-known disasters, starting with a butter-fueled tunnel fire under the French Alps. The Mont Blanc Tunnel is a 7-mile underground roadway connecting Chamonix, France to Courmayeur, Italy. It opened in July of 1965 and has been carrying commuters and commercial vehicles under the Alps ever since. On March 24th of 1999, a truck carrying 12 tons of flour and 9 tons of margarine entered the tunnel around 10:45 a.m. Around midway, the driver noticed smoke coming from his engine. Within minutes, the cab was on fire. It quickly spread to the trailer, where the flour and butter went up like gasoline. The first alarm went off when a passing motorist stopped and grabbed a fire extinguisher off the wall. But the raging fire couldn't be quelled, and smoke quickly filled the Mont Blanc tunnel. The second alarm tripped at 10:52, prompting a shutdown on both ends. No cars were allowed in, and those stuck inside had trouble getting out. Drivers on either end ditched their vehicles and ran on foot. However, this hindered the rescue operation, as trucks couldn't reach the fire. Firefighters who did make it had to take shelter in one of the tunnel's refuge rooms. At 11:11, an Italian fire truck came within 1,000 feet of the fire but was forced to retreat due to intense heat. The tight-packed tunnel was like a 2,000-degree oven. Poor communication systems prevented those battling the blaze from talking to people on the outside. Those in charge didn't think the issue was that serious. Instead of pivoting to search and rescue, they focused on fighting an unfightable fire. In the end, 39 people perished, all of them on the French side. They couldn't breathe as the tunnel filled with smoke faster than they could run. The fire finally went out 53 hours later. In the aftermath, 16 people were brought to trial, all facing manslaughter charges. One former French executive blamed the fire on the tunnel's operating procedures. It was controlled 50-50 by an Italian company and a French company. Neither had proper communication systems and fumbled the ball when coordinating firefighting efforts that day. The tunnel's ventilation systems also played a crucial role. They were pumping too much fresh air into the tunnel. It was like throwing gasoline on a butter fire. The bullet.
See, now, when I see stuff like this happen, when I hear about this sort of thing happening, I don't like going in tunnels, driving in tunnels. Maybe I'm being paranoid. Maybe I'm being, dramatic. But I don't like being in tunnels for very long. When I was younger in my family, we lived in Germany. We would sometimes have to go through these big tunnels. But I would just be thinking, I really hope that we don't stay in this tunnel for very long. Because one, and you can blame this on me watching Final Destination movies. One, I'm thinking, what happens if the tunnel collapsed? We need to get out. What happens if we stop and then we get sealed in? We need to get out. No. I wonder how we'll handle the asteroid that might hit us in roughly 10 years from now if it's not projected to be a massive apocalyptic sized one, but it will still do some damage if it hits. I don't worry about asteroids. I don't be worrying about asteroids because I don't be like, I'm living my life out, but 10 years from now, an asteroid is going to hit us, so might as well plan accordingly. So when I hear about asteroids that may or may not hit us, I don't be like, oh no. But that's just me though. I don't be thinking about asteroids all that much. But going in tunnels, like deep tunnels, like tunnels that go straight through an old mountain, no, I'm good. I don't like being in tunnels. I don't like being in enclosed spaces for very long. Well, here's the thing. I can't say I don't like being in enclosed spaces because I can handle it. I'm not claustrophobic, but I would much prefer not to be in an underground bridge where the light from outside can no longer reach it because that's how far the tunnel is. I don't like being in underground tunnels all that long. And this just harkens back to my thought process of you are never going to catch me exploring caves. At all. I am not exploring caves at all.
The Public Museum in Austin, Texas has one of the coolest pieces of American industrial history on display. It's a piece of shrapnel from the SS Grand Camp, which exploded in the port of Texas City like a 437-foot-long hand grenade. It was April 16th of 1947. The SS Grand Camp had been reactivated to aid in rebuilding France after World War II. It was loaded with machinery, twine, peanuts, tobacco, and small weapons. It also had about 2,300 tons of ammonium nitrate on board. This highly explosive compound came to Texas via rail from factories in Iowa and Nebraska. It was packaged in paper sacks and transported in rail cars at high temperatures, increasing its reactivity. When they reached Texas, dock workers said the bags felt warm to the touch. Around 8 a.m. on the 16th, somebody spotted smoke in the Grand Camp's cargo hold. A fire quickly spread, and workers began battling the blaze with a 1-gallon bucket and 2 fire extinguishers. That's when the captain forbade anyone from using water, as it would risk ruining the cargo. Well, so would fire, but nobody wanted.
This captain is an idiot! Don't use fire, you'll ruin the cargo. The cargo's on fire! I mean, did I say fire? Don't use fire, you'll ruin the cargo. I meant to say don't use water, you'll ruin the cargo. Yeah, I hear myself. I said, don't use fire, you'll ruin the cargo. No, don't use water. Don't use water, you'll ruin the cargo. The cargo is on fire! I don't think it matters anymore! What do you mean, don't use water because you'll ruin the cargo? The ship is on fire! You're not going to be able to get more cargo if the ship goes up in flames! What do you mean? Why is the first thought this captain get in his head? No, I know y'all using fire extinguishers. I know y'all using water. But don't use that because you'll mess things up. You'll mess up the cargo. What? How are you captain? The first thought you have in your head is we need to save the cargo. But everything is on fire. Everything is on fire. Cole, you stupid.
To question the boss. The hatches were sealed and the cargo bed filled with steam. The captain thought this would smother the fire, but it only made things worse. Shortly after 9 a.m., the SS Grand Camp
what'd he say?
Filled with steam. The captain thought the hatches were sealed and the cargo bed filled with steam.
You sealed in the fire? If your thought process was to close it all off so it had no new oxygen to use, there's still oxygen in there. What?
The boss ruining the cargo. Well, so would fire, but nobody wanted to question the boss. The hatches were sealed and the cargo bed filled with steam. The captain thought this would smother the fire, but it only.
I can smell it. The sheer stupidity in this decision, I can just smell it. Hold on, let's look this up. Let's see. Can steam smother Can steam put out a fire? Yes, steam can put out a fire by removing heat and displacing oxygen. Let's see. Hot water extinguishes fires faster than cold water because it absorbs more heat when it turns to steam. Water is an effective extinguishing agent, but it may not be practical in all situations, such as wildland fires. Steam can cause burns to firefighters if applied improperly. The wrong amount of water or the wrong nozzle patterns can make a fire worse. Superheated steam can be hot enough to burn paper or light a match.
Only made things worse. Shortly after 9 a.m., the SS Grand Camp detonated like a nuclear bomb. The blast vaporized anything within 2,000 feet. A 15-foot tsunami raced toward the shore and flattened over 1,000 coastal buildings, including a chemical plant with 450 workers inside. Of them, 145 perished when the building collapsed. Shrapnel and other pieces of the Grand Camp's cargo flew roughly 3,000 feet. In some places, peanuts, tobacco, and spools of twine rained down. According to reports, people over 250 miles away in Louisiana felt the shockwave. To this day, the Texas City disaster is considered the worst industrial accident in U.S. history. A chain reaction of floods, building collapses, and other explosions claimed the lives of 581 people, including 99% of the city's volunteer fire department. Rumor has it that somebody flicked their cigarette into the cargo hold the night before. The ammonium nitrate smothered and burned overnight, meaning it was already too late when they discovered the fire in the morning. Tenerife is the largest and most populated of the Canary Islands. Today, it's home to roughly 948,000 people who rely on the Tenerife Airport, formerly Los Rodeos, to travel on and off the island. In 1977, Tenerife Airport made international headlines when two Boeing 747 passenger jets collided on the runway. Of the 644 people between both planes, only 61 escaped. As of 2024, the Tenerife only 6 of the 644 people between both
644 people went up. 60 came back.
collided on the runway. Of the 644 people between both planes, only 61 escaped. As of
61.
2024, the Tenerife crash is the worst accident in aviation history. But how is that possible? How did two fully loaded planes collide on the runway? The planes involved were KLM Flight 4805 and Pan American World Airways Flight 1736. Throughout the story, we'll refer to them as KLM and Pan Am. Both planes were en route to Grand Canary Island when they diverted to Tenerife after a bomb detonated at the Gran Canaria airport. Many planes were diverted to Tenerife, which turned the runway into gridlock flight traffic. They jammed up the only taxiway, thus forcing departing planes to taxi on the runway. In other words, they only had one lane with planes flying in each direction. To make matters worse, a dense fog moved over the airport, reducing visibility for pilots and the ATC tower. Finally, at 4:56 p.m., KLM had clearance to taxi down the runway, turn around, and use it for takeoff. Minutes later, Pan Am was instructed to follow, but take the third exit to avoid a collision. So far, everything was going according to plan. Then, for some reason, the Pan Am flight decided to skip their exit. The dense fog blocked their view of the KLM plane racing toward them. By the time they saw each other, it was too late. An investigation determined that the KLM pilot thought he had clearance for takeoff. Meanwhile, the control tower thought KLM was stationary, so it told Pan Am to start. Taxiing. Investigators blamed the crash on KLM's duty time regulations, suggesting the pilot ignored safety protocol to ensure an on-time flight. Dutch authorities have rejected this claim. They don't deny their pilot was at fault, but weather, the congested runway, and general chaos were all critical factors.
I haven't been on a plane in years. About the most recent type of transportation I've used for a long distance has essentially been a boat and basically in a car. I have not been on a single plane in years. I want to say the last time I flew a plane was before my family moved to North Carolina. So I really haven't been on a plane in over 14, maybe 15 years. That's how long it's been. I haven't been on a plane since then. Man. Also, welcome
According
back,
to
Kitty.
international reports, Lebanon was a very bad place in early 2020. Unemployment was skyrocketing, inflation was out of control, and poverty rates were above.
Hold on. I heard the garage go up. Let me make sure that my family didn't arrive and they need help with the food. Let me just double check on that real quick. Give me a sec. Nope, they haven't left yet.
50%.
You was on a
Then
plane last
the
Sunday?
COVID era began, and for some, it felt like things couldn't get any worse. They were wrong. On August 4th of
You has a kitty? Oh, hello, Sushi! Say hello to Sushi for me.
2020, a massive explosion at the port of Beirut
Sushi! The Void.
nearly leveled the entire city. Images from the blast site made it look like a bomb had gone off. And that's because one basically did. According to former Lebanese Prime Minister Hassan Diab, who submitted his resignation in the wake of the Beirut explosion, roughly 2,750 tons, not pounds, tons of ammonium nitrate was stored in a port warehouse. And it didn't just arrive either. The explosive material had been sitting for 6 years after being confiscated from a Moldovan cargo ship. It baked in the hot Middle Eastern sun like a time bomb waiting to go off. It finally did around 6 p.m. on August 4th. A warehouse fire broke out roughly.
She's looking for who's calling her. Did she hear me? Did she hear me say, Sushi! Sushi! I'm sorry. You probably have me on, playing in the house. My apologies. I'll stop calling her. I'm sorry.
20 minutes before the blast. Alongside the ammonium nitrate, the warehouse also stored fireworks. We'd love to meet the genius who put those two things together. When firefighters arrived, they heard what they could only describe as a crazy
But look at that. I'm on TV! I'm on TV! I'm sorry. I'm messing.
sound coming from inside the warehouse. That sound was the ammonium nitrate getting ready to blow. The initial blast was like detonating nearly 2.5 tons of TNT. It created a thick cloud of gray smoke that plumed over the warehouse. About 30 seconds later, the main explosion was reminiscent of U.S. nuclear test blasts in the Pacific Ocean. A mushroom cloud covered the entire city. The shockwave leveled buildings, flipped cars, and was felt as far away as Cyprus. Local seismographs registered the blast as a 3.3 magnitude earthquake. Experts from the University of Sheffield said it was unquestionably one of the largest non-nuclear blasts ever recorded in human history. As of 2024, nobody has been held accountable for the blast, Amnesty International called the lackluster investigation an unacceptable lack of justice, truth, and reparation. At least 235 people lost their lives in the blast, fire, and resulting building collapses. None of their families feel as though justice has been served. Sadly, none of them likely will. Bangladesh's ready-made garment industry, or RM.
That Beirut explosion. I've occasionally in the past looked up videos of different people's perspectives, and even people who are miles out, the shockwave traveled all the way to them and shattered their windows. Like windows shattering in their homes, windows shattering on their balcony, everywhere. I remember seeing the explosion happen and then the resulting dust cloud at almost, I wouldn't say point blank, but it was close enough. And the whole area just going up and disappearing in smoke in an instant. All because someone thought it was a good idea to just keep this stuff sitting in a warehouse for 4 years less than a decade and thought, you know what? Nothing will ever happen. Did no one think of what would happen if sodium nitrate sat in one particular place for an extended period of time? Did no one think of that at all? Also, like he brought up, who thought putting a fireworks factory next to an entire area with tons of sodium nitrate was a good idea? Not sodium nitrate, ammonium nitrate. Okay, let's see. The fact that the explosion was so huge, it blew out the sand on the ground and left like this big watery crater. That used to be sand that used to have concrete on it. That used to be sand that had concrete. And now all that's left is just a big old chunk of missing sand and concrete, and the water's just sitting there now. 404 brain not found. Smart program failed to execute, apparently. So yeah, on the 4th of August 2020, a large amount of ammonium nitrate stored at the port in Beirut, Lebanon, exploded, causing at least 218 deaths, 7,000 injuries, and $15 billion in property damage, as well as leaving an estimated 300,000 people homeless. A cargo of 2,750 tons of the substance, equivalent to around 1.1 kilotons of TNT, had been stored in a warehouse without proper safety measures for the previous 6 years after having been confiscated by Lebanese authorities from the abandoned ship MV Rosas. A fire in the same warehouse preceded the explosion. The blast was so powerful it was felt throughout Lebanon. It was also felt in Turkey, Syria, Palestine, Jordan, Israel, and parts of Europe, and was heard in Cyprus more than 150 miles away. 150 miles. And you can hear that explosion. That's how big it was. Considered to be, and it's considered one of, let's see, it was detected by the United States Geological Survey as a seismic event of magnitude 3.3, and is considered one of the most powerful non-nuclear explosions on record. It was powerful enough to affect Earth's ionosphere. The blast was also the largest single-fired ammonium nitrate explosion in history. So let's go down. Let's go down to the explosion itself. Imagine being in the vicinity of it. What would you do? What would it do to your eardrums? I'm pretty sure anyone who was close to it, they did not make it. let alone people who were on the outskirts. Let's see, around 1745 local time, 1445 UTC on August 4th, 2020, a fire broke out in Warehouse 12 at the port of Beirut. Warehouse 12, which was waterside and adjacent to the grain elevator, stored the ammonium nitrate that had been confiscated from Rosas alongside a stash of fireworks. And once again, whoever thought of storing fireworks in the vicinity of sodium nitrate, ammonium, not sodium. Why I keep saying sodium nitrate? Ammonium nitrate, genius. Around 1755, a team of 9 firefighters and 1 paramedic, known as Platoon 5, was dispatched to fight the fire. On arrival, the fire crew reported over the radio that there was something wrong as the fire was immense and produced a crazy sound. The initial explosion at 1807 local time, likely triggered by the stored fireworks, created a large plume of gray smoke and bright firework flashes and heavily damaged Warehouse 12 with a force equivalent to around 1.5 to 2.5 tons of TNT. The second explosion, 33 to 35 seconds later, was far more substantial and felt in northern Israel and Cyprus, 240 kilometers, 150 miles away. It rocked central Beirut and created a large red-orange cloud briefly ringed by a white condensation cloud. The red-orange color of the smoke from the second explosion was caused by nitrogen dioxide, a byproduct of ammonium nitrate decomposition. By the next morning, the main fire that led to the explosion had been extinguished. Despite inefficient transmission of the shock waves into the ground, the United States Geological Survey measured the event as a 3.3 local magnitude earthquake, while the Jordan Seismological Observatory reported that it was equivalent to a 4.5 earthquake. Study of seismic signatures of the explosion by the Federal Institute for Geosciences and Natural Resources in Germany produced a yield estimate between 0.5 and 1.1 kilotons of TNT. Experts from the Blast and Impact Research Group at the University of Sheffield estimated that the explosion was one of the largest artificial non-nuclear explosions ever recorded. Later, they were able to quantitatively support this rapid estimate as they compiled more distance versus time of arrival data as new videos of the explosion became available on social media platforms. Because people were recording, people were having businesses, people were just going about their daily lives. So let's see here. So just not all. It's been suggested that not all of the ammonium nitrate was still in the warehouse at the time of the explosion. Some experts estimated that there was only 700 to 1,000 tons remaining out of the original 2,750, with the rest having been removed or stolen since 2014. So the explosion we got wasn't even the largest it could have been if all of the original 2,750 tons of ammonium nitrate was still there. What we got was a nerfed version of that explosion. And I'm not saying that with excitement or anticipation. Beirut is so incredibly blessed and lucky that the full magnitude of the explosion never happened. What we got was just a smaller version, literally half of it. Imagine the devastation if all 2,750 tons was still there. Let's see. The U.S. FBI estimated there were about 500 tons left, a number which was later cited by Prime Minister Hassan Diab. However, there were also 2 experts who concluded that most or all of the ammonium nitrate exploded. Yeah, that's scary. Think about it. It's been suggested. It's been suggested, experts say, like, only 700 to 1,000 tons out of the 2,000 tons. 2,000 plus tons. So the explosion we got was probably not the worst it could have been. That is scary. So, and the sad thing is, when it shows notable casualties, everyone from Platoon 5, the people that showed up there first, all of them were gone in an instant. All 10 members of Platoon 5, a team of 9 firefighters and a paramedic, died at the scene of the blast. They were there. They didn't have enough time to get away. They were literally at ground zero. So when that explosion went off, they instantly, because it said 33 to 35 seconds later, that's when the explosion happened. And they were there. They had no idea what was about to happen. So much damage happened. And now you can look at a satellite view of Beirut and that port circle would still be there. So much devastation, shipping, airport investigation. All right, I just wanted to look at that a little bit. Let's get back to it. Don't mean to sound mean or harsh, but I'd rather be there than further away and feel the brunt of it. At least they went without pain. And you're not being mean by saying that. Out of everyone who suffered because of the Beirut explosion, it was those at the epicenter of it who suffered the absolute least. Because other people, passed because of sustained head injuries or body injuries, and they had to deal with that pain until they left. But those at the center, they were just literally gone in the flash. That is terrifying. This is the reason why safety concerns are a thing. You cannot be lax in the face of things that could cause extreme devastation or extreme harm. And this doesn't extend to just explosive material or things that can cause, structural damage or physical damage to individuals if not handled properly. This also extends to food. Because I don't know how many times Kitty has sent us articles about food that's being recalled, entire businesses being, shut down, and cars being recalled, businesses being recalled, stuff like Ford, and I can't remember which cars it was, but she sent us on the Discord a lot of places that were recalling cars because apparently these cars have faults in them. And it just brings to mind, why aren't people paying attention anymore? I can't even remember how many places she's listed where food has been recalled because it's been gone bad. It hasn't met the safety standards, from fish to meat to fruit, vegetables, sauces, so many things. And I'm just thinking, what happened to people being careful? With all things. Not just, explosive material as in Beirut, but just literally all things. Cars that people drive to get from point A to point B that they trust to get them there safely. Those are cars like that being recalled. Then we got food that people are supposed to be the utmost careful with because that's things that people are not only buying, but putting into their bodies. Putting into the bodies of their families or co-workers or their children. And that stuff is being recalled because some of it may have traces of E. coli. And I'm just thinking, how? How does this happen? Do people not care anymore about the stuff that they send off that people will pay for to then consume? Whatever happened to being careful? Do people not care anymore? This is... And I know we're not on the subject of food and food being recalled, but it's just crazy to me how this stuff happens consistently. Because she sent us, and the thing was, it got worse when I feel like it was at the worst when she kept sending us articles when it was going through December. It was going through December, and I want to say almost every week of December, she was sending us a list of places that had food that was being recalled because people weren't taking care of it. From tomato sauces to meat, beef, all sorts of things, fish, chicken, so many things. Do people not care about safety anymore? Another thing, and I think, no, actually we did bring this up, but you guys didn't see my face because I was playing a game at the time. The whole Stella Nada thing, or whatever it's called, the Stella Light thing for cars, where it would project ads onto your car while your car stopped. Why would you even think about putting ads in a car when someone's stopping? But yeah, that was after Recall November is what you called it. Yeah, I called it Recall November. There were so many things that was being recalled in November last year that I just thought, is everyone just trying to recall all this stuff before we get into the new year? Can we stop? And then it said, no, we're going to keep recalling into December and then into January as well. And I was just thinking, why? Do people not care about the safety of the handling of food? That which people need to eat in order to live, because man cannot live by bread alone, but also can't live just by drinking stuff all the time. People need to eat. You need to eat. Can't just be walking around here looking anorexic. You can't just be pretending to be a fashion model and then your whole body is just devoid of meat and ligaments. You can't. You gotta eat. But people who are supposed to be making sure that our food is good are not doing their jobs. And now we're getting all these recalls. That's insane to me.
RMG accounts for a whopping 84% of its exports. It's second behind China in terms of global garments exports in general. Sadly, many workers are severely underpaid. Working conditions are lacking, and allegedly, over 4,500 sweatshops are active in the country.
Yo,
The
Ramil, good to see
intersection
you.
of clothes and exploitation is located in the Dhaka district. Today, it's an overgrown plot in a densely populated city. In 2013, it was the site of a deadly workplace disaster. The Rana Plaza was built in 2006 to house several garment factories and other commercial buildings. It employed roughly 5,000 people who stitched clothes for brands like Walmart, Primark, Joe Fresh, and The Children's Place. On April 23rd of 2013, a newscast reported cracks in the side of Rana Plaza. The lower floors were evacuated, including a bank and several retail shops. The upper floors were the
Try reacting to paranormal videos at night with lights turned off. You ain't gonna scare me because don't nobody be up in my house but me and my family. You hear me? No spirits are allowed in this house. They are not allowed. So I can handle looking at that stuff at night. I ain't gonna do no reaction to it, but I can handle it because I know ain't nothing spooking my house, ain't nothing just walking around in my house. If I hear some creaks that don't sound like the footsteps of my own family members, because as weird as this may sound, I recognize the different footsteps of my own family members, each individual one. I also recognize the footsteps of Kenzo and Denim. I know, weird. And if I hear something that doesn't sound like them, I am going into fight or fight response, not fight or flight, because you ain't getting me to leave my house. We paid too much money for this house. We earned this house. You ain't getting me to leave. There will be a fight up in this house if you up in my house and I didn't give you permission to be up in here. So no, I could watch this stuff all day, but ain't nothing gonna happen because ain't nothing gonna be up in this house. I hear a creak, I'm cracking necks. What about that invisible and silent monsters? Come on in the room. Oh, come on in the room. That's all I'm saying. This is the place where my family lives. No one gets to be in this house but us. That's not even me trying to be all bravado filled on camera so you guys can see. I'm being serious. This is my family's house. You don't get to be up in here unless we say so. That's how it is.
Garment factories ordered their workers to return on the 24th. The owners allegedly threatened to withhold a month's pay from anyone who refused to return. On the morning of April 24th, a power outage on the top floor kick-started automatic diesel generators. The building was so fragile that the vibrating engines caused it to collapse. At 8:57 a.m., Rana Plaza came crashing down with 3,100 garment workers inside. Of them, over 1,100 perished in the disaster, and thousands more were injured. Some survivors were trapped for hours. Others spent days waiting for someone to find them. While the engines triggered the collapse, it was caused by years of neglect and greed. Amnesty International called it the most shocking recent example of business-related human rights abuse. The building was only 7 years old. Every brick was laid with corruption. In 2016, 38 people were charged with murder. Among them were the factory owners who threatened to withhold wages if their workers didn't come back. As of 2024, the murder trial is still pending. The only person in custody is the building's owner, Sohel Rana. Everyone else is either out on bail, actively fleeing police, or dead. The Titanic might be the most
And you think you hear stuff like this and you think it's from like either a movie or a television show, and this is real. Corporate greed is so real and can be so dangerous that it's willing to endanger the lives of their own employees for just the potential, not even a promise, not even the assured fact of profit, but just the potential, the maybe of profit. And you're willing to put people's lives at risk. See, this is the reason why I'm so glad I am out of the retail business. Because while corporate greed isn't like what you would see here in the places that I work, you can definitely see a selfishness when it comes to, okay, I know you're sick and I know you're throwing up, but we need a doctor's note. Otherwise, we'll count this as you unofficially calling out, because I had that conversation before. We need to call this as like you didn't call out, you didn't tell anybody. We need an official doctor's note in order for you to be cleared. And I'm like, I literally threw up. I am unwell and unfit to handle machinery and or do any strenuous legwork for an extended period of time. Do you want me to go to the doctors, which in turn will create a bill for me just being checked up on? Do you want me to do that and send that to you while I'm still sick, by the way, something I don't need a doctor for, in order for you to be pacified and for me to be allowed to have this 1 or 2 day off so that I can recover, so I can come back to work? Because a sick worker does not help your store. I worked at Best, and I told you guys this story. Some of y'all may not know. I worked at Best Buy for 5 years. That was my first job, directly out of high school. And one day I was feeling unwell. But I had the mindset of like, I need to go to work or I could lose my job. That's a very, very dangerous mentality to have. Because years later, maybe like several years later, I would be in a car accident. And while I was at home resting, I thought to myself, I could, but hey, I can move. And I'm capable of driving. Even though I'm kind of limping a little bit, I need to get to work because if I stay out any longer, they could fire me. And I went into work limping. Still, this was when I was working at Harris Teeter. It was around 2018. I believe it was 2017 going into 2018 when I suffered this accident. It was in October 19th. Either October 18th or the October 19th when I suffered this accident. But back to Best Buy. I was sick. I was very unwell. My body was sweating. My mind wasn't exactly where I normally have it whenever I'm working. And I was feeling sluggish. And The boss came in the back. The general manager, he came into the back. I was pushing some trash down a compactor, and he says, like, you all right, buddy? You doing all right? And I says, I don't know. I don't feel all that well, sir. He's all like, and the first thing that came out of his mouth is like, well, you gonna be okay? Do you need a rest or anything? The first thing that came out of his mouth, he says like, well, a good thing of getting rid of that is some good hard work. And I'm thinking to myself, no, this joker didn't just look over me not feeling well. And I already had a good track. The thing is, I had a good track record of working diligently. I already had a good track record of working diligently. I didn't give nobody no problems. I did my job. I never caused no issues. I never did anything to make people doubt the stuff that I said. I left that place. When I left Best Buy, I left on good terms with everybody. Because that was my work ethic. But the first thing that came out of his mouth was like, a good thing that can help with that is some good hard work. And I'm thinking, no, you didn't. No, you didn't just tell me that the best way to get rid of being sick is to work. I'm not 100%. I don't feel well. And you say to me, the best way to get rid of that is some good hard work. I don't feel 100% to do my job. But you want me to ignore that because you think that's gonna help me get better. Okay. And at the time, I didn't realize that talking back to your general manager might not be one of the best things to do. But I did it anyway. And I looked him dead in his face and I says, like, that's true, but so is getting some rest and relaxation. And he laughed it off. He was offended because he thought I was just going to go along with it, or he didn't expect me to respond with something that actually made sense. So he just laughed it off and he said like, all right. And I just, in my head, I was thinking, I think he didn't like what I said. Oh, well. And then one of my coworkers said like, you shouldn't have said that to him. He didn't like that answer. And I was all like, what do you want me to say? You want me to just go along with it? So like, all right, sir. I see what you're saying, sir. I just gotta work harder, and then I can get rid of the sickness that's in my body. Ah, thank you, sir. I was so glad that you was able to give me this stupid logic that no one else was capable of giving to me. Thank you, sir. Like, what did you expect me to do? What were you expecting me to say? Were you saying like, yeah, you're right, sir. I guess I need to work harder. No! If I don't feel well to work, then we need to figure it out. That's not work related. I never met someone with pneumonia say like, you know what? I wish I was working on this truck right now. Never heard of that. So when it comes to corporate greed, you can see it. You can definitely see it. And when COVID hit, that's when bosses started to get a lot more strict with people who were calling out sick, because they started to question like, are you calling out sick because you don't want to work? I'm going to need a doctor's note. Do you really have COVID? What's going on? Huh? We need to know. We need to know everything about you. Go get a doctor's note and then let us know. But if it's like an hour, then if it's like an hour before your shift starts, no, it's an hour before the shift starts. No, you can't leave. You can't call out. We need you here. And then you go into work and you ain't at your best, and then they're all looking at you like, no, why are you working hard? You need to work harder. You need to work better. And one of the dumbest things I have noticed I can say used to because I do this now, and it is such a wonderful job. It is such a fulfilling job. It is such a financially successful job that I don't have to go back. But one of the things that got on my nerves was when we would lose, and this is my time at Harris Teeter, we would lose people. And the managers would get mad if we didn't put in as much work when we still had a full crew. We would have like maybe 7 people. If we had 7 or 8 people working on a truck, oh, we were fine. We were golden. We would blaze through a truck. But if people left, like if they quit, if they called out sick, if we dropped like 3 people, or if we had even less people in a night, like say we only had 4 people working on a truck, like say we had 4 people working on a 5,000 piece truck, but we weren't doing things quickly or in an efficient manner, they would get mad at us because we weren't moving as if we had a 7 to 8 man team. Where do you get the logic that less is more? That's a dumb ideology to have. Well, if you have less people, then everyone just needs to work harder to compensate. That's how mistakes are made. Are you crazy? Are you insane? Family just got home with food. Hold on, let me go ahead and get them real quick, and we'll continue this. But corporate greed still exists, and the fact that you will find places where employees are mistreated, managers are favorited, it's just crazy. Lunar, good to see you. I'll be right back. Gonna help the family with food. Sorry for the wait. Took my Sprite, put it inside my big old mug. This is my mug. Put it in here. It had ice, so it's going to stay nice and cool for a long time. But also, Lunar, it's good to see you. Yes, this is a stream that you can watch because there is no blood involved. Everyone would warn you just in case this was a stream where blood was indeed involved. Blood and gore, that is. So, I imagine you probably won't be tuning into any streams for Borderlands due to how visceral that game can get. Let me just adjust my napkin here. Because we got a $5 meal. McDouble with mac sauce. Couple of fries. Couple of chicken nuggets with barbecue sauce, because that's the best sauce to have. And we are good. Because we're checking out disaster videos and nature videos and how scary things can get in the world when this stuff sort of happens. And I was also talking about my time as a retail employee and just the absurdity of corporate greed.
Most famous shipwreck of all time, but it's not the worst. Not by far. That distinction goes to the MV Doña Paz, the deadliest peacetime ocean disaster in history. The Doña Paz was a passenger ferry sailing under the Philippine flag. When it launched in 1963, it had an operating capacity of 608 people. Remember that figure. It'll be important later on. It was December 20th of 1987. The Doña Paz was preparing to depart from Leyte Island en route to the Philippine capital of Manila. It was an overnight journey, and most of the passengers were asleep around 10:30 when the Doña Paz entered the Tablas Strait. At the same time, the oil tanker MT Vector was en route from Bataan to Masbate, carrying over 1,000 tons of gasoline and other petroleum products. As the story goes, only one crew member was keeping watch on the Doña Paz's bridge. Everyone else was drinking beer and playing cards. The captain...
What do you mean there was only one crew member keeping watch? Everyone else was drinking. What do you mean?
Bridge. Everyone else, only one crew member was keeping watch on the Doña Paz's bridge. Everyone else was drinking beer and playing cards. The captain was allegedly watching a movie in his quarters.
The captain is not even on the ship? Is not even on the ship's bridge? Keeping watch? He's chilling? Where's the first mate? How do you have only one person on deck watching? Everyone else is drinking and playing cards, and the captain is in his own quarters, not keeping tabs? You're a bad captain if you're not keeping watch, or don't have an awareness.
Was keeping watch on the Doña Paz's bridge. Everyone else was drinking beer and playing cards. The captain was allegedly watching a movie in his quarters. That's when the Doña Paz collided with the MT Vector, causing its flammable cargo to ignite. The fire quickly spread to the Doña Paz, where people were awoken to intense heat and thick smoke. Here's where things get dicey. The Doña Paz was severely overcrowded. Roughly 1,500 registered passengers were on board, and another 2,000 were crammed inside and not listed on the ship's manifest.
Hold up. Wait, didn't dude just say only 600 people could fit on the ship? Hold on, let's go back. Hold up, wait a minute. He just told me to remember that figure. That figure he said was only 3 digits. Why am I hearing 4 digits? What? Hold on.
Ferry sailing under the Philippine flag. When it launched in 1963, it had an operating capacity of 608
I knew it.
people. Remember 1963, it had an operating capacity of 608 people. Remember that figure. It'll be important later. It was Vector in his
So you mean to tell me that this ship, which is made to hold less than 700 people, had more than 3,000 on it? So there was roughly 1,000 extra people on there, well over 1,000 extra people who were just stowaways on the ship.
quarters. That's when the Doña Paz collided with the MT Vector, causing its flammable cargo to ignite. The fire quickly spread to the Doña Paz, where people were awoken to intense heat and thick smoke. Here's where things get dicey. The Doña Paz was severely overcrowded. Roughly 1,500 registered passengers were on.
It holds 608. That is its serviceable capacity. That's its serviceable capacity. 608. How do you register over 608? And you also need to take into account the crew members as well. So essentially, less than that capacity should be on that ship. How do you register over 400 extra people? And then a whole other 1,000 people are somehow on the boat as well. How do you leave port?
Board, only 1,500 registered passengers were on board, and another 2,000 were crammed inside and not listed on the ship's manifest. People slept in hallways and stacked 3 or 4 bodies per bunk bed. This figure climbed until 1999, when an investigation determined that 4,342 passengers and 58 crew were on board the Doña Paz. Of them, only 26 survived. An additional 11 workers perished on the MT Vector. That's survived aboard the Doña Paz. Of them, only passengers and 58 crew were on board the Doña Paz. 342 passengers, and investigation determined that 4,342 passengers.
4,342 people were on this ship.
And 58 crew were on board the Doña Paz. Of them, only 26 survived. An additional 11.
4 digits went on that boat. 2 digits left. Really? How do you let a ship leave with that many people on it?
Workers perished on the 26 survived. An additional 11 workers perished on the MT Vector. That same investigation found the MT Vector liable for the crash, as it operated without a license, lookout, or qualified master. It was also
Hope life has been treating you well.
unseaworthy, but they set sail anyway. Those who survived the crash were between a rock and a hot place. Oil from the MT Vector set the water around the Doña Paz on fire. They had no choice but to jump in and swim beneath the flames. The overcrowded ferry was blamed on Christmas. During the holiday season, many tickets were bought, duplicated, and sold illegally. Those 2,000 unlisted people likely bought fake tickets for themselves and their family members. Those holding complimentary tickets and non-paying children under 4 were also unlisted. Of the 26 survivors, only 5 were named on the ship's official manifest. San Juanico is a small town just north of Mexico City. Many of those still living there bear mental and physical scars from the early morning hours.
Gulf of Mexico. This name looks right to me.
Of November 19th, 1984. They awoke
And that's all I'm saying on that.
woke to a massive explosion as a fireball of liquefied petroleum engulfed their town. San Juanico used to house a storage and distribution terminal for liquefied petroleum gas, or LPG. Pemex, a state-owned company, operated the facility and controlled about 1/3 of Mexico City's LPG supply. Pemex claims the facility was up to code. However, 2 months before the explosion, inspections revealed that between 30 and 40% of the safety equipment was either bypassed or non-functioning. The facility was a mess. Pressure gauges were inaccurate, and some relief valves were not in working order. At the time, about 100,000 people lived between San Juanico and surrounding communities. All of them were in danger when, at 5:40 a.m., pressure dropped in a pipeline roughly 25 miles away. It ruptured, causing gas to leak for nearly 10 minutes. The leak created a massive gas cloud that floated toward a flare and ignited. This set off a chain reaction of exploding LPG tanks. According to some estimates, the fireballs grew close to 1,000 feet in diameter. It ruptured, causing dropped in a pipeline roughly danger when, at 5:40 a.m., pressure dropped. About 100,000 people lived between San Juanico and surrounding communities. All of them were in danger when, at 5:40 a.m., pressure dropped in a pipeline roughly 25 miles away. It ruptured, causing gas to leak for nearly 10 minutes. The leak created a massive gas cloud that floated toward a flare and ignited. This set off a chain reaction of exploding LPG tanks. According to some estimates, the fireballs grew close to 1,000 feet in diameter. They eviscerated homes and burned everything in their wake. A pilot flying overhead thought somebody had dropped a nuclear bomb on Mexico City. 5 plant workers and between 500 and 600 people living within 1,000 feet of the blast perished in their sleep. Another 5,000 to 7,000 people suffered severe burns. Garcia Dominguez was a 16-year-old mechanic living in San Juanico when the blast occurred. As a boy, his mother always told him that bad people burn in the afterlife. When he awoke and saw the fire and felt the heat, he honestly thought he had died and gone to hell. Most people remember the BP oil spill. Some people probably default to the "we're sorry" South Park gag. But the story behind the largest oil spill in the history of marine drilling operations is so much worse. On April 20th of 2010, an explosion on board Deepwater Horizon claimed the lives of 11 workers and seriously injured 17 more. The oil rig, located about 50 miles off the shore of Louisiana, was built to operate in waters up to 10,000 feet. It was 10 years old and under a 5-year charter with the BP Oil Company. In April of 2010, Deepwater Horizon was drilling at the Macondo prospect, a rich oil well in the Gulf of Mexico. The well was under 5,000 feet of water, meaning the rig was within comfortable operating depth. Offshore drilling requires a pathway between the rig and the oil well on the sea floor. To reach the black gold, rigs like Deepwater Horizon drill a deep hole or a well bore through the subsea rock and sediment. Aside from crude oil, these layers contain unwanted things like water and natural gas. When those unwanteds flow into the well bore, it can lead to a blowout, also known in the industry as a kick. Kicks can trigger the uncontrollable release of flammable oil and gas from the ocean floor. It'll shoot up the wellbore and quickly reach the main rig. It only takes a tiny spark to blow the entire thing. The blowout preventer, or BOP, prevents kicks from happening. Think of it as an automatic multi-stage emergency shutoff. If all stages fail, the BOP is designed to cut the line and save the rig. Around 8:45 p.m. on April 20th, a kick occurred at the well. Oil and gas slipped by the BOP undetected and rose quickly toward the rig. About an hour later, drilling mud blew out all over the rig, signaling to the crew that a kick had occurred. They manually enacted their safety measures, but it was too late. Intense pressure inside the main pipe caused it to bend. This prevented the BOP from cutting the line, as the blades couldn't reach it. At 9:49 p.m., the oil and gas found an ignition source and exploded, causing all electrical power to be lost. The only thing that could save Deepwater Horizon were backup battery systems in the BOP. As fate would have it, both had been miswired and failed catastrophically. There was nothing left to stop the fire and ensuing oil spill. The entire platform was engulfed in flames, forcing the 126 on board to leap into the water. Of them, 94 were rescued by helicopter or lifeboat, 17 were severely burned and injured, and 11 were never found. 2 days later, Deepwater Horizon...
That's a harrowing thing to hear. These people were rescued. These people were injured, but rescued. These people were never seen again. How many years has it been since this disaster? Never found. Listen to videos like this while playing SnowRunner. I tend to listen to some videos like this when I'm playing a game and I'm either farming or doing something repetitiously. I would listen to videos like this so I can be listening to that but also playing at the same time. It's kind of cool how you can do that. You can have something playing in your ears while you're also focusing on the game at the same time, so you don't get drawn into a certain game's monotony. It's nice how you can do that, but I tend to listen to some of these videos as well. They're very good for passing the time when you're farming on games.
Horizon collapsed and sank, causing 210 million gallons of oil to leak from the Macondo well for 87 days. Ultimately, BP paid roughly $65 billion in fines, settlements, and cleanup fees. But hey, they're sorry. The Sampong department store in Seoul, South Korea opened its unstable doors in December of 1989. Construction began in 1987 and was among many buildings that went up too quickly due to the 1988 Seoul Summer Olympics. It featured 4 underground floors and
like listening to Q while cooking and cleaning. I didn't know my voice had the potential to be something people could have playing in the background when they're doing stuff. Like, oh, I listen to you while I'm cooking and cleaning. I listen to you while I'm working. I'm listening to you while I'm going through this shift. Me? Of all people? I feel honored that you would think to listen to me more than once. It's such a cool feeling. I never really fully embraced what that meant when I did stuff like this. But to realize that the stuff that I make, people can listen to while they're working, it's like, wow, I'm providing a service. I'm doing something. So it's cool. It's always going to be cool to me when people say stuff like that, because I didn't think I could be that type of person that people could listen to for hours on end if they're, working or stuff like that. So or listening to me during road trips. I thought that's just cool. I'm honored that I get to be your ride along.
and 5 additional Seoul Summer Olympics. It featured 4 underground floors and 5 additional above-ground floors. All 9 were a house of cards waiting to fall. The 1988 games sparked a development boom in South Korea.
When you drop those Aflacs, it gets me laughing. Like just the random Aflac, just the random ones. Knowing that I can make people smile is such a cathartic feeling. It really is.
At the time, laws prevented international contractors from building in the country, which meant South Korean builders were severely overloaded. Some favored speed over safety to finish all their contracts on time.
Nope. See, this is another mentality that I faced when I was a retail worker. Oh, you gotta be fast. You gotta be fast. Now, there's a difference between being fast and efficient. If you want things to be done the right way, then let's do it at a pace where we know it's going to be done right. Don't try to make me rush through all this and I'm speeding through, and then we just throw caution to the wind because we're trying to get everything done quickly. I understand wanting to get out at a decent time, but at the same time, if you want a job done right, make sure that everyone is moving at a speed where right will be where we end up when we're done. Instead of getting a call later on saying like, oh, we forgot to do this, we forgot to do that because we are moving so fast. And then it's suddenly your fault. So there's a difference between being fast and efficient. If you're really good, you can be fast and efficient, but speed should not be the one thing you're looking for if you're trying to get a job done, unless you're a speed runner for a game, and that's it. That should not apply in real life when building things, when working, or doing anything that requires physical labor. Moving too fast and you don't have the reflexes to keep up with it? No. You are setting yourself up for failure, and you could be putting people's lives at risk because you want to get something done so you can get back home and watch TV. Or just get it done and get it done on time.
By the mid-90s, Sampoong was doing $500,000 per day in sales. Its owner and manager Lee Jun was raking in the cash. He would soon become the most despised man in South Korea. During construction, Lee Jun made several changes to the blueprint. He removed several support.
Chinese or American, this mama ain't cooking today. You had what was it you had? You had what was it? You had something with rice the other day. What was it? Fajitas? I think it was fajitas, or was it the day before? I think you had something out of the country related the last time you asked. So let's go American this time. That's just my suggestion though. That's just my suggestion.
Columns and made several changes to the blueprint. He removed several support columns in favor of escalators and added a fifth floor, which was never planned. When the contractor refused these changes over
Spice
safety
kielbasa.
concerns,
Spice kielbasa and yellow rice. Yeah, that's what you had the last time. This time I suggest American.
Lee fired him and hired his own people. And added the blueprint. He removed during construction.
Let's
soon
listen to this.
become
Let's
the
listen to
most
this.
despised man in South Korea. During construction, Lee Jun made several changes to the blueprint. He removed several support columns in favor of escalators and
escalators are not the same as support columns. You removed support columns to replace it with escalators?
added a fifth floor, which was never planned.
And added an additional floor.
When the contractor refused these changes over safety concerns, Lee fired him and hired his own people.
Lee fired the contractor who had the common sense to say, this is a bad idea, and wound up hiring a whole bunch of yes men.
In April of 1995, cracks appeared on Lee's fifth floor. Engineers deemed the building unsafe, but instead of evacuating, Lee ordered all the merchandise to be brought into the basement levels. In June, more cracks appeared, yet management dug their heels in. An unusually high number of customers were in the building, and C-Suite didn't want to miss out on sales. Engineering experts arrived and told the executives that Sampoong was doomed to collapse at any second. Lee Jun refused to listen and declined to evacuate for fear of revenue loss. He, however, and the rest
I'm going to be calm when I say this. The dude said, I'm not going to listen to you because we could lose profit. You're warning me that my building could collapse at any second, but I'm going to ignore you because that could lose us money.
of the executives left the building safely. New loss. He, however, and the rest of the executives left the building safely. The top floor finally, however, and the rest of the executives evacuate for fear of revenue.
he left the people inside. He and his board members, he and his own executives left the building after this warning, but did not tell the customers. What?
Told the executives that Sampung was doomed to collapse at any second. Lee Jun refused to listen and declined to evacuate for fear of revenue loss. He, however, and the rest of the executives left the building safely. The top floor finally failed. Within 20 seconds, the thin support columns collapsed and all 5 floors came crashing down. Over 2,000 people were shopping inside when it happened. Of them, 502 perished and 1,500 were trapped beneath the rubble. In December of 1995, Lee Jun was found guilty of criminal negligence and sentenced to 10 years in prison. He got out in 2003, but died due to complications from diabetes, high blood pressure, and kidney disease several months later. The 81-year-old passed away as one of the most hated people in South Korean history. The Aral Sea used to be the 4th largest saltwater lake in the world. By the late 2000s, it was a barren wasteland with a few puddles. We can thank the Soviet Union for that one. What remains of the Aral Sea sits between southern Kazakhstan and northern Uzbekistan. Pre-1960, it was a thriving ecosystem fed by 2 primary rivers, the Amu Darya and the Sir Darya. Both rivers fed the lake via rain and snowmelt from far-off mountains. The Soviets wanted some of that water for themselves. In the 1950s, Khrushchev's government established a program to boost agriculture, specifically cotton in Russian territory. He had the bright idea of diverting water from the Amu Darya and the Sir Darya to irrigate the arid lands around the Aral Sea. His plan worked, but at a significant cost. By the late 1980s, Uzbekistan had become the world's largest cotton producer. However, much of the water diverted from the Aral Sea went to waste. According to a Columbia University study, between 25 and 75% of the water dried up in the desert. There wasn't enough rain to sustain the Aral Sea. What used to be a 26,000 square mile lake is now a puddle between Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. It's surrounded by fisheries and ghost towns that once depended on the lake for survival. At its peak in 1957, the Aral Sea produced over 48,000 tons of fish, accounting for 13% of the Soviet Union's fish stocks. When the farms moved in, fertilizer and pesticides mixed with the blowing salt dust from the exposed lakebed, creating a public health hazard. Ironically, that same salt dust, roughly 40 million metric tons, blew over their new farms and spoiled the fertilized land. It was like Mother Nature taking revenge. To save the Aral Sea, Kazakhstan built a dam between its northern and southern parts. Construction finished in 2005, and the dam helped rebound the lake, at least enough that some fisheries could thrive again. Sadly, the Aral Sea is unlikely to return to its former glory. If you enjoyed this video and want to see another just like it, be sure to click the link on screen now. With that, thanks for watching, and be sure to tune in next time.
I'm sorry, but that one about the guy in Seoul basically saying, yeah, I don't believe my building is unsafe. However, I am going to walk away with my executives and we are going to be safe. And all 2,000 customers who are inside, some of them are going to die, some of them are going to be injured and trapped, but I'm going to be fine outside because I don't want to lose out on the chance of getting money. You ever watched the video I posted in Discord? Let me go ahead and pull that up. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. No, it's not there. I'm trying to remember which channel you put it in. Because I haven't watched it yet, but you did leave... Oh, I know where it is. I know where it is. There it is. I hate these ads so much. Just play the video.
This was once the shaft of the Jefferson Island salt mine, where men had been pulling salt out of the earth since 1919. Louisiana's salt lies in gigantic underground domes, some larger than Mount Everest, which are pushed upward by the force of the heavier rock that surrounds them. Part of the Jefferson Island mine is located directly under Lake Peigneur. The mine, which was operated by the Diamond Crystal Salt Company, shared space on Jefferson Island with a lush botanical preserve known as Live Oak Gardens. There's another abundant resource deep under Lake Peigneur, one frequently found in pockets near salt domes.
Listen to this music.
As the salt is white.
That salt moves upward and it pierces through surrounding strata, sands, clays, and limestones. And this piercing produces faults and folds within these surrounding sediments, producing an ideal mechanism to trap oil.
So it was hardly surprising that Texaco was conducting exploratory drilling close to the Jefferson Island salt mine in November of 1980. On November 20th, the two delicate underground and underwater operations, drilling oil and mining salt, collided in spectacular fashion.
Well, it was a typical day in November the 20th, 1980. A nice, cool, crisp day, clear skies. People were fishing out on the lake, as they usually do. The mine was in full operation.
But in the pre-dawn hours, the oil drilling crew on Lake Peigneur had run into a problem.
At 500 or 600 feet, they hit salt. And they were not supposed to hit salt for another couple of 100 feet.
The drill bit became stuck. The crew heard strange popping sounds. The oil rig tilted badly to one side.
And at that point in time, the drillers recognized that they had a fairly serious problem on their hands.
What they didn't realize is the 14-inch drill bit had punctured the roof of the salt mine at the 1,300-foot level, creating a funnel for Lake Peigneur to drain into. It was apparently the result of a simple miscalculation.
It seems that there was an engineering error in the location of the Texaco well. They used a form of triangulation for determining the location, and one of the points they used for triangulating was in error. And consequently, it rotated the location of the borehole about 400 feet closer to the main mine than it should have been.
90 minutes after the drill became stuck, the drilling crew, who had wisely abandoned the tilting rig, watched in amazement from the shore as their 150-foot derrick disappeared into a lake that was less than 10 feet deep. Meanwhile, 1,300 feet below the surface of Lake Peigneur, Diamond Crystal miners, who had not been alerted to a problem, looked up to see something you should never see in a salt mine. Water.
Water flowing through salt tends to dissolve the salt. As you increase the volume of water, you increase the volume of salt that can be dissolved.
Soon it was clear. Lake Peigneur was draining through the hole bored by the drill bit and into the salt mine. As the 2.5 billion gallons of Lake Peigneur surged into the mine with 10 times the pressure of a fire hydrant, a mighty whirlpool was forming on the surface. Remarkably, thanks to well-rehearsed evacuation drills and the heroics of several miners, all 55 people in the mine managed to get out. But back on the surface...
This is what it means to have proper safety procedure. Everyone in the mines is fine. This is what you call good safety procedure.
The chaos was just beginning.
The whirlpool is basically a vortex of water and mud that is flowing down into a fairly confined space. And that whirlpool is basically flowing downwards under the force of gravity, pulling sediment and other materials down with it.
The whirlpool's sucking force pulled heavy-duty barges toward it as their crews leapt for safety. Men watched with jaws agape as 11 barges and a tugboat disappeared into the vortex. Those are 4 fully loaded flatbed trucks spinning helplessly in the whirlpool. Enter Leonce Viator Jr., who had simply wanted to catch some fish that day.
I was crazy enough to be on the lake November the 20th, 1980. So I asked my nephew to come with me on the boat, and we're going to go catch some catfish.
Catfish.
We're going to go and try our luck.
But as luck would have it that day, Viator soon found himself and his 14-foot boat being yanked toward the whirlpool and certain death.
When we got further down on the lake, I spotted something, an eye in the ground. To me, it measured 100 feet in diameter. And there was a lot of barges all glued to it. I didn't know what was happening.
When a barge that was blocking the way was sucked into the hole, it gave Viator a narrow path to skirt the maelstrom. He gunned the motor and reached the shore with seconds to spare. Viator then tied his boat to a tree.
When I looked like this, I seen my boat that I had tied to the tree, and there it was going into the whirlpool. So that's the last thing I've seen, my boat tied up to the tree going into the hole.
By that point, the whirlpool was sucking down Jefferson Island itself. Before evening, 65 acres of land, including much of Live Oak Gardens, would end up at the bottom of the mine. 150-year-old trees were snapped in half.
There were pecan trees that were 150 feet tall down here in this woods, and to stand there and watch them drop completely out of sight was, yeah.
Along the shoreline, along the Live Oak Gardens and the Jefferson Island Mansion, you're basically seeing what are called landslides, where the ground is actually shearing and breaking apart, and gravity's pulling these blocks down into the hole.
Look at this over here, look! Look at that going in there. Look at all the trees going. Look at this!
That house that we were standing on, all you see now is a chimney. The house sank about 30 feet.
Could things get worse? Yes. Delcombe Canal.
Just says, can things get worse? Yes, they can. Allow me to explain.
Which normally flowed away from Lake Penior. Yes. Delcombe Canal, which normally flowed away from Lake Penior and into the Gulf of Mexico, actually reversed direction under the intense sucking power of the whirlpool. As the water rushed into the now nearly empty lakebed, it formed a 150-foot waterfall, the highest ever in Louisiana.
But that's the only time the Gulf of Mexico flowed north, basically. So that's a lot of water, to fill up that hole.
As the water rushed into the mine, its rapid displacement of the underground caverns shot a deafening blast of compressed air, and later, a 400-foot geyser up from the mine shaft.
To see something like this, it was terrible, really. I thought it was the end of the world.
It took 2 days for the canal's water to fill up the mine in Lake Penior. When the water pressure equalized, 9 of the 11 sunk barges popped up like corks in a bathtub. The drilling operation and the underground salt mine were complete losses. The cause of the disaster was never officially determined, since all the evidence was at the bottom of a 1,500-foot water-filled salt mine. But there's no definitive evidence that the mine itself was structurally unsound. The culprit was most likely a 14-inch wide drill bit.
Wow. Yeah, there's the giant sinkhole disaster, Yeah, there's a lot of it. 10 incredible moments caught on camera, sinkhole disaster. They're everywhere. Wow. Okay, so here's my thing, though. Here's my thing! Why is it we had better safety procedures back then, and nowadays you get people with horrible safety standards, and now more people... Whatever happened to just safety standards in general? You hear this dude says, because of the safety procedures of the mine, all 53 or all of the crew members inside of this entire mine, including those who were probably at the bottom, all made their way back up to the surface safely. And nowadays it's like, hey, did you injure your hand? I did, but I wrapped it up with some bandages and I'm fine. I can still operate. All right, you're good, just as long as you're okay. You know what I want to look up? Warehouse fails. I want to look this up. Forklift warehouse fails, most expensive warehouse fails caught on camera. This one comes to mind. From 5 years ago, this one comes to mind.
Hey there, you're listening to...
I am so done with these dumb mobile ads that aren't actually what they are. They're trash, utter garbage. Okay, so, the shelves are still falling in the back. Oh, the shelves on the side. Oh! Ah, the ones on the side! All of this can be avoided if you're just careful. All of this can be avoided if you're just careful. And just think, you know what? What are the odds of this striking this surface? If the chances, if you think, are high, then don't do it. How would you like to clean that up? Who's cleaning that? If I cause that, I'm leaving. I'm not sticking around. I'm leaving. I need to get some water in here. If I did that, I'm leaving. Hopefully I got out of the forklift in time. But I'm leaving.
Hey!
No way. There's no way that's staying up there.
That's not good. 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 Yo, Kitty with the super chat. Thank you, Crime and Dash. Crime and Dash? Oh, you mean for me? Yes. Need to be careful. Some people are just careless. I know. You're an actual forklift driver. So this video hits home for you then.
Like that.
everywhere. Why? Why were you flying that fast in the warehouse? He went straight there. He went straight through the gate. Formula One forklift racing. Where were you going that quickly? Why do people feel the need to hold on to the gas when they feel themselves launching forward in cars? Because you see it all the time when people crash into stuff unexpectedly, like they crash into buildings and stuff. It makes me wonder, one, if your brakes aren't working, use the emergency brake. And two, take your foot off the gas. That is ridiculous. No.
Put your hand on there.
Whoa! I was saying that like he could hear me. Oh, I got flashbacks. I was screaming that like he could actually hear me. Like I was there in person. Ah! See, I had a couple of moments when I would use these forklifts and there would be people and they would be using it and then there could be a head-on collision and I would say these things. That just drew out some trauma there from my previous workplaces. I'm sorry. Do people not look behind them when they're backing up? 17 years for Cyrax, being a PIT driver. Wow. But do people not look behind them at all? You're not supposed to look at your rear view mirror when you're backing up. You need to be looking around you and then having your hand. Like, there's a reason why you see people doing it in movies, because that's the way it's supposed to be done. You're supposed to be looking behind you when you're backing up. Not relying on your reverse camera underneath your tailgate. Not relying on your rear view mirror that goes through your window that doesn't give you like full peripheral vision. You're supposed to be looking behind you. The same applies when you're backing up a motorized forklift. But also the guy is at fault because he was just backing up and he wasn't even paying attention to the fact that there's a forklift. Also, does that forklift not have like a beep that happens when you're going in reverse? Most that I know either have like a horn or something to let you know that they're backing up or something. Was there no horn? He turned his back to it. See, I don't turn my back to nobody who's operating machinery behind me. Ever. That's a standard. Don't ever turn your back to someone operating machinery behind you. Because I'm not to be disrespectful to the person, but I don't have full trust in that. I don't have full trust in this.
Oh, damn.
Why did you try to do that? It's too heavy. It's too heavy. It's taking the whole forklift with him. Okay, there we go. It's even now. I would rather... Nope. Nope. No, 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 nope. Not a good idea. Not a good idea. I don't know why I'm flinching. Most do make a sound of some sort. A few even do a force stop. I don't even know why I'm flinching because I'm not the ones who are driving these things. But I'm getting flashbacks though.
What do you want me to do with you? You have to turn it up. You have to turn it the other way.
Why are you operating a forklift in the mud and it doesn't have proper tires to be in the mud? The way you tried to move out of the way? Look, I told you I'm getting flashbacks here, Cyrax. When I see that happen, that would be exactly how I would do it. I don't think I don't know what you're doing, but I don't think it's a good idea. I don't think that's a good idea. This doesn't scream stable to me. It's gonna fall. It's gonna fall. It's too heavy for the forklift. Y'all didn't think of whether or not this thing was gonna be heavy enough to take that? It's called survival instincts. Okay, it's good that even after being away from a workplace that uses forklifts, I still have that mentality. I still have that life self-preservation. I'm still glad that I have that. Okay. Total idiots at work caught on camera. That's another one. How long have I been doing this for? You could lose so many hours just watching people being foolish.
Hey there, you're listening to State of Survival Radio.
No, stop trying to tell people about State of Survival. It's a bad game. You put a wrench on a drill? You're lucky that thing didn't fly off and hit you in the face. You're lucky it didn't hit you in the face. It shattered a light above him, though. He's lucky there wasn't anyone next to him either. What in the world?
You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
The newbie's doing fine, but those chainsaws?
Deer right there.
So we built this path here.
The dude got every single chainsaw stuck in the tree. Because apparently he doesn't know how to properly cut. Then he was left with an axe and got mad and upset. Hold on. 17,000. 17,000. Oh. Some people are getting mad and upset that that big old bubble wasn't actually in the video.
Here, but we didn't realize that the gates had to shut, right, Antonio? The gate won't even close because the road's in the way. What do you think, Antonio?
My God!
How are you still pulling the car after the... How are you still towing the car after the car after it hits the first car? How are you still dragging it down the street? Either you got an attitude or you're just oblivious. How are you still pulling it down the street after it smashed into all these cars?
He had one job.
Koliko je ostalo milimetar, bo?
They thought they had fixed the problem, but they ended up creating a couple new ones.
Why is the car still moving? Why is it still moving? Why is it still moving? Why is it still going down the road? Is anyone in it?
Unconventional problems call for unconventional solutions.
I mean, that works. That works.
Whoever did this, they just care about protecting the environment.
Just move the rock. Just move the rock.
It looks like he needs a vacation.
You ever... And the reason why she's laughing at him... The guy, he can't tell the difference between a shadow on the wall and a dark spot. That bucket is empty because he can't tell that the shadow on the wall is coming from the bucket and it's not a dark spot he can paint over. I feel like that's the reason why the bucket is empty, because he's been trying to use the last bit of paint to paint over the shadow. The shadow. You see this? You see this? You see this right here? Shadow. Not a dark spot. Shadow. Some people literally cannot tell the difference. And he's slapping the pins like, why won't this spot go away? He doesn't notice that the spot moves when he moves the bucket, though.
It looks like
he doesn't notice the shadow moving when he moves the bucket?
needs a vacation. There's no limit to what people can do. We can even move faster than electricity. This guy can definitely be left in charge if something happens.
Voy a cantar esta canción con mucho cariño de mi corazón.
When this guy picks up the cone, it's a big loss for all of us. Drop a like in memory of the cone. Now you know how workers have fun. They give a send-off to their old tools. This dog did a really great job. I wonder if he gets a reward. Share your thoughts in the comments. If someone asks you what the concept of private property means, just show them this video.
Get out of there. Get that horn to shut off.
It seems like this guy accidentally created a new subgenre in rock music. People who say find a job you love and you'll never work a day in your life must imagine it like this.
With this music that's playing in this video, there's a chance that this might get a copyright claim, just in case. Luckily, I have the option to mute it should such a occurrence occur. Did we already look at this? Yeah, we looked at that. We looked at that. Let's find something else. What would be another good one to check out? Because I don't want to spend 29 minutes watching this if it seems like it's not really focusing on total idiots at work. Because some of this is just people enjoying themselves at work. Not really idiots at work. Yeah, so I want to stay on topic here. What would be another good one to check out? If you really want one to question people and drivers, I posted one on Discord. Oh, perfect. Cool. Customer states.
unlock iconic starships like the
Stop putting these mobile ads on my screen!
Hey guys, welcome to a new episode of Just Rolled In.
Customer states fuel leak. I'd say it's a fuel leak.
Customer states when.
Huh? That's their whole tank that's open! That's their gas tank!
I'd say it's a fuel leak.
Customer states when turning left and rolling the passenger window down, the door opens.
This is 21 minutes. Ah! Hold on. I finished my food, so let me throw my trash away. So that way I could just focus. What have you just shown me, Kitty? We might have to watch this whole thing, because I got questions. And I'm pretty sure if my dad was sitting in, he would give his opinion on these sort of things, because my dad's a mechanic. He's been a mechanic ever since he was in the Army, and if you can fix a military truck, you can basically fix anything else. And he's been an expert at that job for, well, since before I was even born. But let me throw this away. We gotta watch this. We gotta watch this. Thank you, Kitty. Oh, we gotta watch this. You know what? I'm so glad we don't have the beginning after the end today, so I get to spend time with all of you watching this. We'll be right back. We'll be right back. Don't forget the water, too. You said you wanted water. Oh, right. I got to put some water in here, too. Well, actually, I need to wash this out. I need to put it down in the sink first. All right, no more interruptions. Let's get back to Customer States compilation, the best of 2022.
And this customer just came in because they can't close this tray on the vehicle they just bought.
Let's see if it's open first. Okay, so it's open.
It's open. All right, so we'll go in.
Because it won't close.
And we lock. You can't tell me you've ever seen that before.
That's the first time I tried the key because I always have to unlock and lock.
I've never seen that before.
This vehicle came in as a
The car is starting by putting the key in the door? It's not even a remote start car? How does that work?
radio wasn't working. The technician removed some trim to access the fuse box and noticed that the interior of this vehicle was saturated with curry.
Curry?
Customer states, AC blown warm. Well, that was easy.
Customer states it sounds like a cowbell when he drives over bumps. The customer later found out that his friends pulled a prank on him.
It's not the bell one that I'm face palming at. It's the one where they say the car is putting out hot air, but they don't attempt to turn the air to the cold side. It's in front of you. It's not hidden. It's not even a secret switch. Most cars have an AC button, and most thermostats in a car have hot to one side, cold to the other. And you didn't think of turning it to that side? You don't deserve cars. You need to walk. You deserve bikes. Stuff with nothing complicated. Not ones where you get to choose the speed on the bikes. You know, you need one where if you drive backwards, those are your brakes. You know, kiddie bikes. You need those. You don't need to drive a motorized vehicle if you can't even figure out something as simple as turning a switch over. We drive with these people, I know. They could be any person you pass on the highway or on the street, going to your favorite place from Walmart, Sam's Club, Target, anywhere, Burger King, McDonald's, Chick-fil-A, all your different favorite places, GameStop, Costco, Lowe's. They could be any person that you drive past. Like, imagine Morgan Freeman saying this just randomly. Any person that you drive on the street next to might be someone who can't tell the difference between hot air and cold air and needs to go to a mechanic in order to figure out how to do these things. You could be any person on the street. Could be one of these dumb people who don't even know how to switch their air from hot to cold. We could be driving next to London Tisdales. You know, people who look at the letters on your gear shift and go, the Prindle. You know, park, reverse, neutral, and drive. The Prindle. There's not enough intelligent life on Earth, it seems. Although there is intelligent life, it's just that the intellect is buried under stupid.
Oh my God.
And this customer's concern is that they have a noise after they installed a new power steering pump. The customer ended up cutting out a piece of the frame because he said there was no room for the power steering lines.
Yeah, no, you cut your frame. All right, today we have a 19 Chevy Silverado.
Why are customers who don't know how to work on cars trying to work on their cars? You cut your frame out and that's what's causing the sounds. You're not a car expert. Why are you cutting things out of your car?
There's 40,000 miles on it. In for a large evap leak. So let's just take a look. Huh. I think they forgot to take that out.
Customer states they were just pulling out of their driveway and their car stopped moving.
No, look at those tires.
Car stopped moving.
Look at those tires. Is that down to the foundation of the tire? That's underneath the treads. That's underneath the treads. Your tires are never supposed to get that low. Now, either one of two things. Either that car has been sitting still for years to the point where time has eroded that tire. Not only that, look at that. Look at the turning. That's broken. You should not be able to see in there. You should not be able to see in your steering. You should not be able to see into your steering axis like that.
Yeah, go ahead.
You ready?
What the
Got it?
Yeah.
Customer states that they heard.
Those are brakes. Brakes should not be smoking. That shouldn't be smoking. That shouldn't be smoking.
Heard a pop while driving and then it started to smoke and then stopped working.
The mechanic said the customer declined further diagnosis and said he was going to leave the vehicle at the dealership to get repossessed.
Customer came in.
That car's melted. That whole inside is melted. And now we're back with world's worst tire care. How you should not be seeing. I've been around my dad long enough to know that something is severely wrong. I've watched him work on different vehicles from Humvees to APCs. Why am I seeing silver inside of your tire? This is beyond bald. This is chrome dome tires. This is Mr. Clean Smooth tires. You do not ever want your tires to get Mr. Clean Smooth, because that means they have no way to grip onto anything. And serious injury will occur should you try to drive with this. The moment you start seeing even the slightest bit of silver underneath your tires, you need to get rid of them immediately. Don't drive anywhere to get those tires. Take someone else's car, take your other car that you have, and go get these tires. Tires should never look like this. How do they even get like this? Are you that lazy? May just be the paranoid one here, but I check my tires and car truck over before I get on the road. Oh no, that's smart. That's smart. Unlike these people.
And for a tire repair.
Repair?
Yeah.
I'm say this. This has got to be the most broke, ghettoest thing I have ever seen. Why? Why is there tape on your tire? Industrial tape. This ain't the same as a wish sandwich where you wish you had something on it. This ain't the same. This ain't the same as like just imagining this food tastes good or just like, you know, jerry rigging something so it can work for a little bit. No, this is you duct taped a tire so you could still drive on it.
Customer states the vehicle they just bought has a noise in the front end.
Customer states there's a noise in the front. Customer doesn't know that their wheel is held on by shoestrings? Kitty, I don't know if I can make it. This is just as bad as us watching that lady try and cook with her son. This is just as bad. This is that, but for cars.
Oh, yeah. That's good.
Customer states his ATV shuts off every time he turns right. This customer's car surprisingly drove to the shop, and their complaint was that their engine was making a funny noise. The customer told the technician he only puts oil additives in his engine and no engine oil.
You put oil additives in your engine and not actual engine oil? That's like saying I don't put any water in my water bottle, only water additives and the minerals that you get from water. I don't put meat in my hamburger, I only put meat additives in my burger. I don't put sauce on my fries, I put sauce additives on my fries. You don't deserve cars! Why would you do this? Lord, you have blessed me with peace today. You have blessed me with being able to wake up this morning with the rest of my family, given me peace throughout all today. Had a wonderful, hearty breakfast. I was able to play games. I had control of my limbs, Lord. I can see, I can smell, I can taste, I can touch. But what is this foolishness that I'm witnessing? My mom came in here because I was apparently screaming very loud. And I was screaming extremely loud. And she came in and said, like, you okay? my mom came in here. She was checking on me. See, I woke up with peace today. I woke up with such peace, and now I'm seeing these people with their cars, and I'm just wondering, this is a test. I am being tested. Love, joy, peace, patience, and kindness, goodness, and self-control. These are things that are being tested with me today. Just looking at these people, they are testing my adherence to the fruits of the Spirit right now.
This vehicle just came in for an oil change, and the customer did not mention anything about these bullet holes. And this customer came in to get new brake rotors installed because his were shot.
Literally.
Customer states he just wants his control arm fixed.
You're keeping your turning for one side of your car held together by a literal chain link. Is that a padlock? Is that a padlock
Customer
on
states
this?
he just wants his control arm fixed.
Is that a zip tie?
Customer states noise under hood. I don't know what to say.
It was... There's a noise in my engine. Did you check? I'm just gonna take it to the mechanic because do you realize there are some people who probably don't even know how to open the hood of their car? Do you realize that there are people who just drive their cars and have absolutely no knowledge on how to open their own hood? That's got to be the excuse of why he said, there's a noise in my car, but didn't learn to find out that there was a literal fat rock just sitting in there. That's a rock. Yes, CJ, that's a rock. Love how dumb people in videos break Kyushu. It happens every time. Because I operate on common sense as often as I can. Sometimes I make mistakes. I do. But I tend to operate on common sense a vast majority of the time. And that's how I live my life. So when I see people who operate with little to no common sense whatsoever, it makes me question so much that it can sometimes stun lock me. And only Kitty be bringing up the videos where it can do that to me. If it's not people with food, it's this. We're only 5 minutes in and I'm screaming and my family's checking on me to make sure I'm fine because I'm hollering. Like the man cave is next to my room, directly next to it. So if they hear me hollering, I'm just in here, they can hear me clear through the wall. That's how loud I was screaming. Let's move on.
This vehicle was towed to this body shop after the driver hit a guardrail. The technician said the driver didn't sustain any serious injuries, and it was towed to his body shop so the customer's insurance company could take a look at it.
There's a whole cat in there. There's a whole cat in the car, just trapped in the
Customer
car.
states they replaced some brake lines, but now he can't get a firm brake pedal.
You replaced...
Customer states their dips.
You replaced the brake lines and then proceeded to fasten the brake lines using zip ties in a space where the brake lines are not supposed to be out.
Broke, and now their vehicle won't start.
I gotta be careful not to scream again, otherwise my family's gonna check on me.
Technician said the dipstick managed to wrap itself around the crankshaft sprocket and dislodged the timing chain, causing the pistons to hit the valves and the timing chain guides the brake.
Customer states the rear axle's broken. Let's get in the air and find out.
The technician found that somebody sawed through the rear axle of this company truck.
Both sides? No, hold on. Both sides of the rear axle has been sliced through. How did you drive with both sides of your rear axle sliced through?
Customer states console lid looks like my ball sack. Please replace. Let's see. Oh. Yeah, I guess it do kind of look like a ball sack.
Why would you name your car that?
Customer states their brakes don't
We're not going to discuss it.
work after they had a family member install new brakes for them.
They don't connect to anything. You had a family member you just trusted to touch your car, and they connected your brake line to the brakes, but to nothing else. Just because Pookie and them are your best relatives that you know and love does not mean that you get to touch my car.
Well, got a Hyundai here, and for a tire repair. Saw the oil change sticker was 10,000 K overdue. Typical Hyundai owner.
The technician told the customer there was no oil on the dipstick, and the customer declined repairs.
A customer states car will not start.
There's no oil in your car, and you don't want to get that looked at? Decline repairs? Hold on. Going back.
And for a tire repair. Saw the oil change sticker was 10,000 K overdue. Typical Hyundai owner. Saw the oil change sticker was 10,000 K overdue. Typical Hyundai owner.
The technician told the customer there was no oil on the dipstick, and the customer declined repairs.
There's no oil in the car. And you don't want it to get repaired? So you're driving around with no oil in your...
A customer states car will not start. It was towed in. It's 2020 Chevy Spark. Let's go see what's wrong with it.
Okay, put the key in. Something ain't right there. Yeah, I wonder why it won't start. There's no gas in it. All right, now that there's some gas in there. Whoa!
This vehicle was towed in because
My car won't start. Had to get it towed in. I know what's wrong with it. Ain't got no gas in it. That's literally what... You don't deserve keys to anything with four wheels. You don't deserve keys to anything motorized. Seven minutes. This is a 21-minute video. I don't know. I don't know if I can... I don't know if I can...
So won't start.
Whoa!
This vehicle was towed in because it won't start after the customer said he changed the oil himself. The customer ended up filling the engine with a total of 30 quarts of engine oil. Customer states his ATV won't start. This customer just installed a new head gasket on their vehicle and didn't follow the torque sequence properly.
coolant and
This
engine
vehicle
oil
was brought
mixed.
in as the customer says the speedometer doesn't work. The technician was pretty surprised on the condition of this Ferrari and even noticed some spots on the instrument cluster were spray painted over, since there was multiple warning lights on the dash.
Look at that. Surprised. Bunch of parts here.
The entire Ferrari is destroyed, but it's the speedometer on the front of the car that concerns you. Kitty, I'm just gonna say this. I know it was a while ago, but thank you for that super chat because this video, thank you for that super chat earlier, because this portion of the stream right now is so bleak that I have to look at a bright spot. This section of the video is so bleak. You ever get so just exasperated by stuff that all you can do is just breathe in deeply and just let out a heavy sigh? Because mentally, you can't figure out a good way to convey just how done you are witnessing stupidity. That is me. That's me. Witnessing this. I'm not even a mechanical expert. I just know enough from my dad to know how to take care of a car when something is wrong and look into things myself should things go wrong. I haven't learned everything that he's known because I'm going to need it, but even I can tell from some of this that this is just wrong. Lord, give me strength.
Yeah, why would you need a fuse? Why would you need a fuse?
When this customer installed some accessories on his truck, he never installed a fuse in the circuit. The customer declined repairs and said he was going to get rid of the truck. And this
He fried the inside of his own hood because he installed stuff himself and didn't follow safety procedures. And that line basically burned a hole through everything it was laying on top of.
bedazzled Chrysler 300 came in for an airbag recall.
Thank you, Kitty, again for the super chat. Thank you, Cyrax, for the super chat. Thank you. Why? Why would you do this to your car? You realize what's going to happen to all those bedazzled pieces should your airbag go off. All those pieces are going to fly off and probably nail you in the face. You are awesome. Thank you for the fun times. Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I really do appreciate the super chats. They go a mighty long way to ensure that I keep doing what I like to do for all of you. And of course, everything else as well. But Thank you. I really do appreciate it. Why?
It's everywhere.
Brother got roaches? Roaches underneath your carpets?
It's everywhere.
Roaches! Roaches! Oh! No! No! I'm vacuuming my room once I'm
towed
done.
in to get new batteries installed, and they didn't want the shop to look into why their interior is covered in mold. Batteries installed, and they didn't want the shop to look into why their interior. Bentley was towed in to get new batteries installed, and they didn't want the shop to look into why their interior is covered in mold.
Your whole car is covered in mold.
And this taxi just came in for a recall. The technician noticed the multiple lights on the dash and mold inside of this car, which the customer never mentioned anything about.
Why are you still driving this?
God. Dude, oh my god. Oh, yeah, he left me a chicken sandwich.
And this person was driving on the highway when a turtle suddenly struck the windshield. The turtle was still alive and removed from the windshield, then brought to an animal shelter.
No radio, has a blank screen.
Oh, look at that.
Customer states radio screen has a white line at the bottom of the screen when the reverse camera is on.
You mean your bumper?
Why are people so dumb? Why are people so dumb? Why are people so dumb? My screen won't turn. My screen is completely black whenever I start my car. There's a button to turn it on. I see this white line at the bottom of my screen when I'm backing up. Your bumper to your car? See, I talk to God all the time. I do. Should show this to your dad later? Oh, I definitely will. I definitely will. I talk to God often. Tell him my woes, tell him anything that's got me down, or I just thank him for just basically everything. But I sometimes wonder, God, there are people here on this earth who transcend stupidity and common sense and all things that require brain cells in order to come up with a solution. There are many of them here, Lord. There are a lot of them here. When will they learn, Lord? When I see people like this, I just wonder, how do you even have a job to pay for this car if you can't figure out something this simple? When even my brain wants to just let out a sigh of, good Lord, this person is stupid. That's a... Need to go take my son to Taekwondo class again. Thank you for this entertainment. See you later. All right, Cyrax, and thank you for the super chat. I greatly appreciate it. You didn't owe that to me or anything like that, but I do appreciate it overall. What?
Customer states they had a tire blow out while driving on the highway. The technician checked the 3 other tires and they all had 90 psi in them.
You're not supposed to fill up a tire that much. The average I've seen is like 36 to maybe 37. Why did you overfill your tires with air? You're not supposed to do that. My tires blew out when I was on the highway. How much did you fill it up? Almost to 100. That is literally well over 2 times even the maximum amount. It literally says on the driver's side of the door how much air pressure you're supposed to have in your tires. On average, that's where it's supposed to be. I'm definitely going to need to play me some games after this to clear my mind, because some people are just dumb.
Customer states that the tire light is on. Alright, let's check these tires real quick. Oh my God.
110 psi. That's even higher than the person whose tires blew out. Why are people overfilling these tires? All it takes is for you to hit a pothole the wrong way and you're gonna blow up all of your tires.
Okay, what do you need? You want to put air? Well, how much air do you want to put in it? Do you feel like it's flat? You need more than air.
Customer states he charged his battery all.
Please tell me this woman is joking. Please tell me she's poking fun. How do you not know that you go to a mechanic thinking you need air? Your tire is gone. Your whole tire is gone. You need more than air. What?
All night, but his car still wouldn't start. This customer came in because he thinks his truck might need new head gaskets and wanted to pay the shop to tear apart the engine to check. The technician later found out that the customer recently tried doing the head gaskets himself, but reused the old head gaskets and put RTV silicone on them. Customer states they want to check over on their 1960 Volkswagen Beetle after they hired a Volkswagen specialist that installed new wheel bearings. This technician found that it was missing the wheel bearing races, and the wheel bearings weren't even greased, and on the other side, they installed the wheel bearings the wrong way. This vehicle was also towed in as it wouldn't start after they tried adjusting the valves on the engine.
Customer came in complaining that their speakers aren't working. The head unit turns on, but there's no sound. So I checked the fuse for the amp, and it's blown. And as soon as I put a new one in, it blew again. So I come over here to check the amp, and I think I found your problem, sir. That's a rotting pumpkin that is leaking, causing your amp to short out. Why is there a pumpkin under your chair? Why?
Okay.
The Monty Python sketch comes to mind? Yes, it does. Yo, Zalgo. Right now I'm playing Fatal Fury, City of the Walls. It's a very fun game so far. Nice. Your tires have ceased to be. They are re-tires. This is an X. tire. It has gone belly up. It is pushing up daisies. It has reached, it's gone to see its maker. This is an X tire. That's the tires, though. We need to talk about how this person had a whole rotting pumpkin. And you know, everything that rots has a smell. That is the smell of decomposition. The smell is different per item that is decomposing. How are you in your car and you don't notice that a pumpkin is under your chair? And that pumpkin is leaking, shorting out your fuse, which is why you can't get no sound to your speakers. Do you not vacuum your car at all? Do you not look under your seats at all? Do you never periodically check to see if to make sure that the inside of your car is clean? Do you not just go through your car and make sure it's good? How does a whole pumpkin rot under your chair and you not know? Cannot wait for season 3 of My Adventures with Superman. I really enjoy that show. Nice. Happy for ya. I cannot wait for Monster Hunter Wilds next week. We shall be playing it, and I look forward to it as well. Yes. But,
Format out, took the other format out, so I had to get under here for a module. Huh? There's flat Twinkies under the format.
This vehicle came in for an oil change, and the technician working on it noticed this interesting LED light installation. She said whoever installed it used staples to staple it to the fuel tank, heat shields, and used zip ties to attach the wires to the lower control arm. This customer came in to get their LED strip looked at on their RV because they said the fuse keeps blowing, and they added a bigger fuse, but that didn't fix the issue.
I think it's all the bugs that keep getting attracted to your lights. I think it's all the bugs. They keep getting attracted to your lights, they keep dying to it, and they're basically shorting out the fuses because they're dying on your lights.
Customer states, put on custom rims, hears noise, don't understand.
Because the custom rims are rubbing on the brake pads. How do you not look at your tires and notice something? I feel bad for the experts that have to deal with dumb people. It hurts. Internally, it hurts us. See, I had to deal with this when I was working at Best Buy. This customer doesn't know what they're talking about, but you can't tell them you're wrong. They're wrong because they're customers. You can give them other options, and you know clearly they have no idea what they're talking about. They have no idea what they're I'm getting flashbacks. And I got caught up in a memory where customers who don't know what they're saying try to tell you that, yes, I know what I'm talking about, and you're hearing them and you're listening to them, and they're just going off with dribble and it's stupid. But you can't tell them that everything you said was in no way close to what could be considered a rational thought. And I'm just like, I have to do this for a living, so I got to pretend that they know what they're talking about. I gotta be friendly with them and make them feel like they're intelligent when I know they're not. See, this is what retail teaches you. Retail teaches you that you can't tell a person they're stupid when they are stupid. You can try and deflect away, but you can't outwardly tell them that that is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. You can't tell them that, because we don't want that to be a customer that never comes back. But when you're talking to the other employees, oh no, you drag them. Oh no, this person was so incredibly stupid. How do you not know that this is... And the thing is, the stuff that you get from Best Buy comes with instructions. All of it comes with instructions. There shouldn't be any reason why you're confused about anything. So, experts dealing with dumb people. It's like telling people, it's like, for example, I play games, I play a lot of them, and then I have people who play these same games as I do, but they're confused about how things work in the game. Even though the game gives you not only tutorials, but an entire compendiary of where to look at for how to do this, how to do that. It's in the game. And people will ask questions as if the game doesn't give you that information. So it's not just a problem with people not having enough common sense to pay attention, but also the ability to retain this knowledge. It is baffling how many people like that exist.
Customer states, my truck's all over the road. Looks like got a wee bit of front offset. Huh. Let's look under it. Oh, those U-bolts ain't happy. That's, oh, nice. Double block. And one pothole away from ruining your whole life. Dude. How? Why? No. So I got this oil change, right? Going to fill the washer fluid up. That is vegetable oil. There's 3 layers of liquid.
All right.
Liquid. What up? That is vegetable oil.
What? Why are you putting vegetable oil in your coolant? In your coolant tank? Why are you putting why are you putting vegetable oil in your car? You know what vegetable oil is for? Vegetables! Are there, no, this is a genuine question. I need someone to answer this. Are there genuinely people out there who see oil and think just because it says oil on it, it means it can go in a car? Vegetable oil, olive oil, baby oil. There's one person who likes that way too much, but just because it says oil on it doesn't mean that it goes in a car.
There's 3 layers of liquid.
Why are there 3 different layers of oil in this? I see the coolant down at the bottom, but what are those other 2 layers? Why is that in there? What?
All right. Customer states, car clunks under acceleration.
Customer wants us to install a 4-flat trailer wiring.
You're not installing anything on this car. That thing is rusted beyond compare. How you've been able to drive with a metal chassis that rusted is beyond me. There is no way you've been driving this whole time and think you just need some rewiring done. Your whole metal chassis is shot. It's rusted.
Not exactly sure he'd be able to pull anything.
Customer states the used vehicle they just bought slides sideways like it's on ice anytime they accelerate. When this customer arrived, he parked in front of the shop and the mechanic thought a vehicle was on fire. The customer said that he'd stopped working on his Jeep, so this is what he's been doing for the past couple of weeks.
Customer states blue light.
What? You got an open flame in your car! You got an open flame in your car? Are you crazy? Your heater ain't working, so you got a propane tank with a flamethrower in your back seat? There is no way. There is no way.
Customer states blue light on dash. You can't make shit up.
This customer came in because they hit a turkey and wanted their fog light replaced, and their vehicle checked over for any other damage. And this customer unfortunately drove into the ditch after trying to avoid hitting a squirrel.
You sacrificed your car for a squirrel.
She drove in.
You sacrificed your car for a squirrel. You bent your entire tire out of place and snapped it over a squirrel.
When your car starts grinding, stop and have a look at it.
Customer states light vibration in the front right. Oh?
2013 Honda Civic with 47,000 miles. The customer brought it in and just wanted a tune-up and oil change, as he hasn't changed the engine oil or done any service on his vehicle since he bought it brand new.
It's caked!
It had a little bit of a rattle. Yeah. My mate reckons Jesus was the last one to service it, but I think it was a pterodactyl or something. Still runs, just rattly.
This customer accidentally added washer fluid to both of his headlights. The customer said he mistaken the washer fluid reservoir with the headlights, as they have rubber covers on top of them. When washer fluid didn't come out, he tried adding washer fluid to the second headlight and didn't realize his mistake until he brought the vehicle to the shop.
Customer states right brake light won't work. Well, of course it's not going to work when you're this low on blinker fluid. Gosh, come on guys. What everyone doesn't know is that when you're low on blinker fluid, it also affects your... Gosh,
You say there's a delay?
come on guys. Well, of course it's not going to work when you're this low on blinker fluid. Gosh, come on guys. What everyone doesn't know is that when you're low on blinker fluid, it also affects your brake lights.
And this vehicle just came in to get new tires installed. The technician noticed multiple engine mounts were broken, which the customer did not mention anything about, and the customer declined all the repairs.
So yeah guys, this customer complained that their car making noise. I drive it, it creeped me out. I'm like, what kind of noise is that? Like every time I put the magnet, there's a tank come out. They're coming out.
A customer somehow drove this in and came in for an unrelated issue. This truck came in because the customer needs it to pass an emissions inspection. The technician said this is just a few of the things they found wrong with this truck.
Pieces of the car are held together by zip ties and screws and screwdrivers. This is not going to pass inspection. Rope? Forearm forklift bands?
Customer states they have an oil leak underneath the driver's side of their car near their back door. This customer's
Welcome
Subaru
back,
was
kitty.
towed to the shop for a no-start concern. The technician said his shop refused to work on this car as it was a huge disaster.
Yeah, there's a delay. There's a delay, CJ, because when you type it up, it's going to show up on screen once it actually catches up. It's not going to show up immediately when you type it in.
Customer states their fuel mileage hasn't improved ever since they bought this fuel saver online. And I'm just the messenger, but the mechanic said this customer came in as the paint color of their vehicle doesn't change when they change it in their vehicle settings. This customer brought in their vehicle to get a check over after they said they hit a curb when they were at McDonald's. The technician was surprised to see the strut tower cracked at the spot welds and said he has never seen one this bad before. This customer brought in their vehicle to the shop to get a new exhaust installed, as he says it sounds terrible and drags on the ground. The customer also mentioned he just recently had this exhaust installed by a friend.
You need to get a brand new friend. This friend did you wrong. His friend done did him wrong! What is this? Don't trust friends to install stuff for you unless they're a professional. Oh, I work on cars all the time. Ask the people who got their cars worked on by this person. Don't just trust them. That's not a friend. Installing exhaust like this, but it looks like it's super welded in every spot. It looks like the tail end of Godzilla at the end of Shin Godzilla. You know, at the end of his tail? Look at his tail. Look at the welding for this exhaust. Doesn't that look like the tail at the end, the tail of Godzilla at the end of Shin Godzilla?
A dog was chasing this deer and it jumped straight over a customer's truck and into the back seat of another customer's truck. It made a mess of the interior and then jumped out of the window it came through. This clip was sent in from a viewer who had this happen to the front of the automotive shop. The girl driving fell out when taking a corner because she didn't have her seatbelt on and the door latch on her vehicle was broken.
You didn't have your seatbelt on. You also see yourself veering and you didn't try stopping. You didn't try putting on brakes. You just fell out your car and just...
subscribing if you haven't already. Thanks for watching.
Oh, there's a 2023. There's a 2023. There's a 2023 one.
Hey guys, welcome to a new episode of Just Rolled In.
I better not see 2024.
Ever since they replaced the heater hose, their CDs will not eject. The technician fixed the issue.
There's a 2024
version. That he did not have to take this for a test drive. That he did not replace the heater hose.
They're
their
about
CDs
to get
will
worse.
not eject. The technician fixed the issue and said he's happy that he did not have to take this for a test drive. Did not have to take this for their CDs will not eject. The technician fixed the issue and said he's happy that he did not have to take this for a test drive.
What am I looking at? Doc Brown's new time machine? Why is there tape all over the dashboard? Why is it all over the wheel? Why are there hoses all over this thing? Why? What is this? Are you trying to fill the future? Never knew in history just where he would land. What is this? Why would you do this to your car? But your concern is that the CD won't eject. But you got tape and hoses sticking in and out of every place it shouldn't be in this car, but it's the CD player that you're concerned with.
And this customer came in as they still have a coolant leak after they tried fixing it themselves.
That's silicone, a plastic bag, bungee cords, the obvious zip tie, but that's a f***ing stick.
Customer states they have washer fluid.
One of the last things I think people would use for their car to help them fix things is literally a piece of wood. Just not even one that is accurately shaped to help. Just a random stick. Monster Hunters, it's...
fluid coming out of their battery. The technician found that somebody had routed their washer hose to the battery vent hole on the other side.
Customer states it's hard to turn the steering wheel. Oh, here we go.
And this customer came in as the airbag light is on. The technician found a scarf that was tied to the steering wheel and wrapped around the clock spring, causing it to tangle on turns and create static that interfered with the clock spring.
Don't decorate your steering wheel. Don't decorate your steering wheel. You're not being pretty. You're not being fashionable. You're not being smart. Tying scarves on your steering wheel this way. Don't decorate your steering wheel.
Customer states vibration in driveline.
The shop wasn't informed on how this happened, however, they think this Jeep was left in 4-wheel drive while being flat-towed. And this customer came in as they can hear a grinding noise and see sparks underneath their car while driving. The technician said this customer's car is so low that the exhaust and fuel tank drags on the ground. The shop recommended to the customer to bring their car back to stock height and get a new exhaust, but the customer declined all repairs.
Every single person that refuses repair for incredibly detrimental things to their cars are idiots. Every single one of them. Every single one that says, oh, I only came here to do this repair. You got way more going on with your car. Like your drive lines and all your pipes underneath your car, because your car is so low, it's dragging across the ground that it's literally flattened. We're going to need to fix that too. No, never mind. I don't want anything. I'm just going to take it home. Every single person that says this are a moron. They are idiots and are morons. There is no way you're going to look at all the stuff that has happened to your car that could lead, and you got sparks flying under your car, and that's not it, and that's not what you want. But as soon as you see that there's way more going on with your car, you don't want to make sure that your car is fixed. Yes, I know car repair can get expensive. It can. But you saying no to any repairs makes you more dumb than the repairs are expensive. Every person, every single person, every single one that says no is an idiot. Everyone.
The owner of this vehicle called these mobile mechanics as their engine on their car runs rough, since they added vegetable oil to the engine. The customer...
Stop adding vegetable oil to your car! Vegetable oil is not the same as car oil! See, I'm trying to be as easygoing as I can. You even hissed? Did I? I didn't even notice. I was so upset. I got enough common sense to know that you can't put vegetable oil in a car. Does it? When you look at the back of a bottle of vegetable oil, does it say can work in your car? If the answer is no, it should not be going in there. It should not be going in there.
Customer said their car was low on engine oil, so they added 5 liters of cooking oil as that's all they had. These mechanics found this mess once they removed the oil pan, so they cleaned it all up and flushed the engine a couple of times. This customer's van was towed in, but
they jacked up the oil so much that it's literally turned into taffy. That's the reason why it's not falling out of the pan. Adding vegetable oil to car oil turns that oil into rubbery taffy, and thus wrecks your car. People literally can't be this stupid. They can't. They can't be this dumb.
because he apparently had another shop that tried replacing his transmission, but they could not figure it out. So he got it towed to this shop so they could finish the job.
The transmission is not bolted to anything. There's no bolts. Whoever did it cut the transmission lines.
You remember that dude I helped change his tire, 19 years old, and was going to call 911 to help him change his tire? Yeah, Kitty's right. People can be this dumb. People can indeed be this dumb. Thank you for that reminder. If you need to call 911 to change a tire, you don't deserve to drive. Get chauffeured by your mom, as you have been before you turned 19, or before you turned 16, or whenever you got your license. And just rely on that. You are indeed right. People can be this dumb.
Cut the exhaust. There's a fuel line over here that looks like it might be broken.
This person's vehicle was off to the scrapyard after it was found to be unsafe to drive, and this is how the rear cross member was held together.
Turn off. Then we got some piping. We got a exhaust clamp. Then we come over here. I don't know what these are.
The customer of this vehicle brought it in as they said they've tried to fix a U-joint on their drive shaft, but still have a bad vibration while driving.
Customer states fuel leak.
Customer states volume is maxed out but still sounds low. The technician found out that the customer installed some aftermarket speakers in the front doors, but never wired them in, and also had cut the connectors. The speakers were also only held up by one screw because the window glass was in the way.
Customer states they have a water leak, and fan is wet under here. I see the water coming in from the back all over here until we get to right about here, where I go back and find this piece of electrical tape covering that. We called the customer, said it was bullet holes.
Customer states he shot a hole in his floorboard to see if there was any bullets in his gun.
Three, two, one. 1, 2, 3. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3. 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3. I can't think about this too long. It's going to make me upset. Okay, friends, I got to go. Need to go get dinner from town. Take care, and I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, Kitty, for stopping by. Thank you. Thank you for the super chats as well. I greatly appreciate it. I don't know if I'm going to finish this. We may have to finish this another time. Because, yeah, I'll just make this a favorite, and then we can continue on with it another time. Because there's best of 2023 and best of 2024. Let's just get to the 5-minute mark. Actually, you know what? No. Let's stop right here for now. I'm gonna go ahead and make this a favorite. I'll make this a favorite. You shot the floorboards of your car to see if there were any bullets in it. You didn't think of shooting anything else. You thought shooting the inside of your car to check and make sure, to check and see if you had any bullets in the gun. I think we're good for today. Oh my goodness. We'll save this for another time. Yeah, we're definitely going to save this for another time because I'm just... Some people don't deserve nice things. They don't. They don't deserve a license. They don't deserve cars. Just walk. Just walk. It's good exercise. It's healthy for you. And you'll find it'll upset people less if you're walking rather than driving like this. I think we're done. I'm taking my headphones out. I think we're done. Oh. Yeah, I think we're going to call it here. We'll save this for another time. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been me reacting to natural disasters and then man-made disasters and then looking at the stupidity that is people who don't even know how to operate their own vehicles or think they know how to, and the experts just look at them for the stupid people that they are. This has been an eventful stream, and can't wait to have another one with all of you. I really do need to work on finishing Dragon Quest Heroes because I started that and I haven't picked it up in a hot minute, so we'll probably do a session with Dragon Quest Heroes tomorrow. But other than that, I need a breather. I need a breather from this because you cannot be this dumb. You cannot be this dumb when it comes to treating your car this way. And we have to witness the experts not only tell you simple solutions, but also wonder how you even have a license in the first place. But yeah. I'm not disappointed. I'm just dumbfounded by dumb. I'm just dumbfounded by dumb. If my dad was watching this, he'd probably say the same. But I'm done. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been such a wonderful audience. I can't wait to have another session like this with you guys. We're going to continue where we left off next time. Continue with 2023, the best of 2023 for customer states compilations, and then 2024. Still surprised so many people put vegetable oil in their cars. There's no way you think putting vegetable oil in your car actually helps your car. Someone had to have lied to these people. They had to. There is no way you think stuff stuff that's food, that is related to food, should go in a motorized vehicle that has absolutely nothing to do with food. You can't be that dumb. I'm done. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been wonderful. Look forward to our next session. Hope you all enjoyed. Can't wait to see you all in my next video. Like, comment, and subscribe if you haven't already, because I am always looking forward to entertaining you. Thank you for all the super chats and your time. So have a fantastic day. And once again, as always, later, peoples.